Welcome back. We're getting closer to a great Colorado Memorial Day weekend. And once again, we are proud partners of the Boulder here at 7 News. So 7 News anchor Kelly Patterson has some tips on dressing for success.
So you're 3 weeks away from the Boulder. It's time to start preparing for race day, what to wear, what you should bring. So we have Skechers performance athlete Carol Lubinecki here to give us some great advice. And we have to start with shoes because getting the brand new shoes, not a great idea for race day.
Yeah, you're exactly right with that. I mean, brand new shoes, they look beautiful. You might think that putting brand new shoes on your feet is going to make you feel faster. Unfortunately, you don't want to get to mile 3 and realize that now you have blisters. Yeah. So if you feel like your shoes are wearing down a little bit, my recommendation is go out today, pick up a brand new pair and start working those into your routine so that when that race day comes, your body's already used to that pair.
So let's talk about race day attire. Could be hot, could be chilly. Layers a good idea?
Yeah, layers are a great idea. The Boulder has some great options for you if you want to bring those layers. If you bring a long sleeve or pants, there's FedEx lockers at the start line where you can store those, and they will be waiting for you at the end when you finish the race there. Also, if you want to start with a long sleeve, maybe one that you don't care about, feel free to throw it off during the race, and the Boulder will donate it.
And speaking of what to wear, there's a lot of crazy costumes at the Boulder, which is very entertaining, but what do people need to know if they're thinking about wearing one?
Oh yeah, costumes are great. They're so much fun to watch. Personally, I'd recommend wearing your costume 1 or 2 runs before you get there to race day, just to make sure that it works for an entire 10K.
And it would entertain your neighborhood as you're training. Also, let's talk about some of the other gear, because if it is chilly, hand warmer, sunscreen, those things are important too.
Yeah, all the little things matter. So if it's cold, make sure to bring those hand warmers to warm your core. If it's hot, bring a cool water bottle to help cool you down. In addition, for that Colorado sun, a hat and sunglasses and sunscreen is always important.
Yeah, you would definitely want that if it's hot outside. Let's talk about
Madness at a midnight movie premiere.
We need rescue inside the auditorium, multiple victims.
As a gunman opens fire.
I've got a child victim. I need rescue at the back door of Theater 9 now.
In a matter of a few terrifying minutes,
There's a shooter in the theater and he's killing people.
one man changed the lives of an entire community forever. 12 lives lost. 70 more hurt. But from the darkness emerged the heroes.
So I decided that, hey, if you're gonna shoot me, let him get me instead of her.
Our cops went through a lot. They rushed people out of that theater into police cars.
People were running back inside to help each other.
A lot of these people were heroes. They laid their bodies on top of people that they love.
Stories of survival.
Any day from here on out cannot be as worse as that day.
I kind of fell on my friend's lap.
And a community in the aftermath grew stronger.
We shouldn't let it change who we are.
What Aurora will be is the model city for how you respond to tragedies like this.
We've never forgotten.
Part of remembering the incredible loss that happened a year ago is being able to appreciate how incredibly beautiful this day is.
We've rebuilt.
You know, I looked at that screen, I looked around, and it was the same seat, same theater, but it was different.
We've passed laws changing Colorado.
We're just trying to come up with common sense approach to dealing with gun violence.
And we've better learned how to respond to tragedy.
We learned, we took advantage of immediately.
Through it all,
Call People versus James Holmes, 12 CO.
a constant quest for justice.
And if you think we're angry, we sure as hell are angry.
But questions still remain.
I'm not sure why he wanted to do that to so many people.
Why did he do it?
It was deliberate, it was planned, it was thoughtful.
Could he have been stopped?
To the best of our knowledge at this point, we did everything that we think we should have done.
Did he know the difference between right and wrong?
We want to call him crazy because we want to make that feel better in our society. But we have to accept the fact that there's evil people in our society that enjoy killing, but that doesn't make them crazy.
And should he be put to death?
The most important thing is that there is justice for these victims, and that justice will occur in a courtroom.
Anything that happens in that courtroom is really going to take the pain away that happened in Aurora.
And good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for 7 News coverage of the Aurora Theater shooting trial. In less than an hour, opening statements will get underway as both sides get to lay out their case.
This trial is not about whether the gunman is innocent or guilty here. He's already admitted to the shooting. This trial will determine his sanity and, if found sane, whether he should be put to death.
And today we will be carrying live the opening statements by both the prosecution and the defense. Each side gets a maximum of 2 hours.
And today's coverage and every day when court is in session will also be carried live on the 7 News app as well as the denverchannel.com. Under the 6th Amendment of the Constitution is the right for a public trial as a checks and balances to our legal system.
And there is no way that the entire public can be allowed in the courtroom. So we are committed to you to bring 7 News coverage of the trial on our digital platforms to allow for a public trial for anyone, anywhere around the world to see.
We now want to take you live to the Arapahoe County courtroom. The judge has just started with instructions for the jury in the courtroom here. You can see everyone sitting down getting ready for those opening statements. We'll dip back in here when these opening statements begin.
And this is a fixed camera, so this is the only image that you will see of this courtroom as this trial progresses. Again, you will not ever see the jury, but this is the image that you will see over the next 4 months.
Prosecution on the right, defense on the left, and in the middle left-hand corner, you can see the shooter, James Holmes. This trial is not just about the shooter. 7 News understands it is just as much about all of the victims. For nearly 3 years, victims of the theater shooting and their families have been waiting for this day. Finally, an opportunity for some justice.
And that is what this day, this trial, is all about. It will be an emotionally trying time for these families, for our community, seeking justice against the man who changed hundreds of lives forever and took 12 lives in the span of a few terrifying minutes inside a dark, smoke-filled theater at a midnight showing. Jonathan Blunk was in the Navy with hopes of one day becoming a Navy SEAL.
Whether he knew a person or not, he always just wanted to be the hero.
And he died that night a hero, throwing himself in front of a friend, saving her life. The 26-year-old was supposed to see his 2- and 4-year-old daughters 2 days after the shooting.
I had to explain to her, you know, Daddy wasn't coming. She'd cry and then she'd stop and said, well, Daddy promised to come for my birthday. Is he coming?
Petty Officer 3rd Class John Larimer was a Navy sailor from Illinois.
He was a wonderful young man.
He was stationed at Buckley and was only weeks away from returning home to family. Jesse Childress was also in the military, an Air Force cyber systems operator based at Buckley. The 29-year-old grew up in California, loved to bowl, and play football. A.J. Boyk had just graduated from Gateway High School. In the fall, the 18-year-old was supposed to start at the Rocky Mountain College of Art and Design.
He was such a good guy. Such a good guy.
He was at the theater with his girlfriend. She survived. 51-year-old Gordon Cowden is the shooting's oldest victim. He was at the midnight premiere with his 2 teenage daughters. They both made it out. Cowden lived in Aurora, a father described as a true Texas gentleman. Jessica Gowie had just moved to Colorado, chasing her dream as a sports writer.
Her legacy is 24 years of making this world a kinder, warmer, and much more exciting place.
Jessica had just escaped a mass shooting at a Toronto mall 1 month earlier. She blogged about the experience, saying how she was reminded we don't know when or where our time will end. 27-year-old Matt McQuinn was from Ohio. His last living act was to shield his girlfriend, Samantha Yowler, from the hail of bullets. She survived with a gunshot wound to the leg. Michaela Medic went to the movies with 6 of her friends. The 23-year-old, described by family and friends as a vibrant young woman.
We are blessed to have had the opportunity of Michaela touching our lives.
Medic was a student at Aurora Community College. For Alex Sullivan, the midnight premiere was going to mark the beginning of a fun weekend. He was celebrating his 27th birthday and first wedding anniversary. For his wake, his Irish family shared memories of Alex for 6.5 hours, each story followed by a shot of Jameson. Alex Teves had just earned his master's degree from the University of Denver. He was at the theater with his girlfriend.
He pulled me down and he covered my head. And he said, shh, stay down, it's okay, shh, stay down.
She's alive today because Teves pushed her to the ground and kept her safe.
I wish I could have protected him the same way he protected me.
Rebecca Wingo was the mother of 2 little girls. A former member of the Air Force, she was working towards a degree.
She didn't just be happy, she was striving to be happy.
Friends describe Rebecca as having a gentle, sweet, and beautiful soul. Veronica Mosier Sullivan was the shooting's youngest victim.
Vibrant little girl, 6-year-old, just was bragging about learning how to swim.
She was excited about life, just graduated from kindergarten. Veronica's mother, Ashley, was also shot. It took 2 days before family could tell her about her daughter.
There's a huge hole in my heart from the loss of my granddaughter.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl loved to dress up and read. She was going to start first grade in the fall. And in addition to those 12 lives lost, 70 more were injured either by gunfire or when they were desperately trying to get out of that theater. All of these people top of mind as we begin our coverage of this trial. So here's another live look inside the Arapahoe County courtroom, courtroom 201. You can see the judge, Carlos Zamora, has now stepped into the courtroom, and we are waiting on some instructions from the judge. But we do know that the jury has just walked in, Eric.
Those 24 juror members seated to the right. You can't see them, and you won't see them throughout the trial. Remember, this was a pool of 9,000 potential jurors, one of the largest pools ever in the U.S. Those 24 men and women, 19 women, 5 men sitting down right now. And as you can see, prosecution and defense standing up as that jury comes in. Carlos Zamora, the judge, hasn't quite spoken yet. When he does, we will dip into that live for you.
Okay, so once again, we are continuing our coverage here of the trial, which is about to begin with some instructions to the jury. We know that each side will get 2 hours in their opening statements, so we are waiting for that right now. So, 2 minutes. That's all the time it took for Aurora police officers to arrive at the theater after the first calls of a shooting nearly 3 years ago.
The scanner traffic between first responders that July night shows the heroic actions that helped save lives and ultimately catch the gunman.
The first sign of trouble came in at 12:39 a.m.
315 and 314 for a shooting at Century Theaters, 14300 East Alameda Avenue. They're saying somebody's shooting in the auditorium. There is at least one person that's been shot, but they're saying there's hundreds of people just running around.
3 minutes later, the first officers arrive on the scene.
453, I have a party shot here. I need rescue hot.
We got another person outside shot in the leg, a female. I got people running out of the theater. They're shot.
2 minutes later, officers try to make their way into Theater 9, but notice heavy smoke.
Somebody's spraying gas in here, too.
Less than a minute later, multiple officers make requests for gas masks so they can enter the theater.
Do we have gas masks available?
Any units that can bring gas masks to Theater 9. Again, we need gas masks.
Get us some damn gas masks for Theater 9. We can't get in it.
2 minutes later, at 12:47 a.m., officers finally start to make their way into that theater.
We need rescue inside the auditorium. Multiple victims. I got 7 down in Theater 9. 7 down. I've got a child victim. I need rescue at the back door of Theater 9 now.
At the time this is going on inside, outside, police are tracking down the suspect.
I need a march car behind the theater, Sable side. Got a suspect in a gas mask.
Less than a minute later, they move in.
That white car in the rear of the lot, is that a suspect? Yes, we've got rifles, gas masks. Okay, hold that position, hold your suspect.
And as some officers zero in on the suspect, others scramble to save lives.
I need rescue to stage in the Dillard's lot. I need as many ambulances as we can to the Dillard's lot.
Help not arriving fast enough.
I want my fire trucks there also, and I'll start bringing them in to triage people and get them out. I'm taking one male to the hospital in my car. Start me Denver cars this way, too. I need more help.
3 minutes later, still not enough help for all the victims.
I've got one ambulance here. Where are my ambulances at?
Finally, cop cars turn into ambulances in a rush to save lives.
Do I have permission to start taking some of these victims via car? I got a whole bunch of people shot out here. No rescue. Yes, load them up, get them in cars, get them out of here.
Most of the shooting victims were taken to University Hospital. This is a time lapse from the ambulance bay outside the emergency room that night. You can see it's filled with police cruisers after transporting victims. I want to take you back to another live look inside the Arapahoe County courtroom. This is courtroom 201 right now. We know the jury just walked in a few minutes ago. They have been seated right now. Judge Samur giving a roll call of the jurors, calling out their numbers, and is going row by row before he begins some instructions for them.
And he was just explaining that they will protect their identities, these jurors. That's what the judge was just explaining to them now as they have been seated. And in fact, let's listen in.
Video recording, documenting, investigating, or researching a juror's license plate number or any other information that could reasonably lead to the discovery of a juror's contact information, home address, or work address. This order will be in effect until these proceedings are completed and applies to all 24 jurors, even after you have been discharged, if such discharge occurs before the completion of the proceedings. Obviously, once the proceedings are over and you are discharged, then the order is no longer in effect at that time. Does everybody understand that? All right, and everybody's nodding their head yes and saying yes. Thank you. As I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, the first step in the trial will be opening statements. The attorneys may make an opening statement if they choose to do so. Defense counsel may reserve opening statement until later in the trial, or they may decide not to make an opening statement at all. Remember that the defendant in a criminal trial does not have to do anything because he is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with him and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. An opening statement is not evidence. Its purpose is to give you a framework or a roadmap to help you understand what evidence each party anticipates will be presented. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence is what the witnesses say under oath in items that are admitted by the court as exhibits. You will hear throughout the proceedings the parties refer to exhibits, and it'll be either numbers or letter. And so it could be, for example, Exhibit 1, or it could be Exhibit A. You might hear prosecution exhibit number 1 or defense exhibit A. Just because an item is marked as an exhibit does not mean that it's evidence.
Okay, so that is Judge Samore giving instructions to the jury, explaining what lays ahead for them today, basically.
Right, each side is going to get up to 2 hours in the opening statements here, and because of that, they will likely take the rest of this afternoon.
Yes, the judge, as we said, giving both sides 2 hours each. It's up to their discretion if they want to use that time to tell the jury what they can expect over the next 4 months. Marshall Zellinger and 7 News legal analyst Dan Recht break down for us what will take 2 hours to tell.
He's going to stand in front of them and say, here's the evidence that you're going to hear from the witnesses.
Opening statements are arguably one of the most important parts of any case. Prosecutors will go first, the judge allowing 2 hours.
The longest opening statement I've ever given, and I've been involved in murder cases, is less than an hour.
7 News legal analyst Dan Recht believes the prosecution will set the table, referencing evidence jurors will see for the first time, stories of victims, and why the crimes deserve the death penalty.
They want the jury to be offended emotionally by the amount of terrible things that happen in that movie theater.
The judge will likely give the jurors a quick break. Then the defense will have 2 hours. In a previous hearing, the attorneys got permission from the judge to have 2 different attorneys split 1 hour each.
The defense is clearly going to gear its whole opening towards mental illness and that rising to the level of insanity.
And just as important as providing the jury this table of contents is to not bore them with 2 hours of talking.
The jurors presumably will be on the edge of their seat, I will be, to know what these lawyers have to say and what evidence they're going to present. I'd be surprised if each side uses the whole 2 hours, because attention span is a problem.
So after opening statements wrap up this afternoon, the prosecution will call its first witness tomorrow morning. Another live look inside that courtroom as we are waiting for this trial to get underway. We are just about 40 minutes right now from opening statements, and we will take you back in and out of the courtroom once this judge begins.
And coming up next, we're going to take a closer look at the makeup of the jury. As we said, it's 19 women, 5 men. What details we know about the jurors and what it can mean to the case.
And a big part of this case will be the gunman's connection to CU and the psychiatrist that he had seen. Next, how all of this could play a major role in a sanity defense.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Stewart at our 7 News studios in downtown Denver. As our broadcast coverage takes a break, we want to introduce you to our web coverage on both the denverchannel.com and the 7 News app. Our goal for this trial during the next 4 months or so is to basically give you an inside look into the courtroom and provide for you some context of what's happening every day as you see it. It's worth noting that simply having a video feed of this trial is a significant milestone. For more than 2 years now, there have been hundreds of court hearings for this case, but a camera has only been allowed inside twice during that time. Even the judge is acknowledging that having a camera in his courtroom is an unprecedented move. He wrote, "The court has never presided over a trial that has received anywhere near the interest this case has attracted."
There weren't TVs in 1776, but there were public trials, and people that wanted to go to the trial could. So, in many people's minds, this is a simple extension of that.
7 News has spent months preparing a space and a team who will be your co-pilots through the course of this trial, providing context and analysis each and every day. We understand that this is a very emotional, it's a very sensitive issue for our community, and we certainly want to make it clear we understand that. However, as a news organization, we also have an obligation to inform people about these proceedings. juries. So we are offering this to you on the web so you can make your own decisions. But we are guided by a principle that justice deserves to be transparent. And I think that sums up our decision as to why we are broadcasting right now. We are going to leave you with that thought and rejoin Ann and Eric, who are in the studio.
Welcome back, and another live look inside Arapahoe County Courtroom 201. Judge continuing his instructions with the jurors. We're talking about 166 counts here. So we know that this trial is expected to last about 4 months. They have a lot of territory to cover in these instructions.
Right. These jurors will have their lives significantly changed over the next several months. We're expecting this trial to last 4 to 5 months. This is one of the most important phases of the entire trial. These opening statements set the tone for those 24 juror members that will ultimately decide the fate of the shooter, James Holmes. 3 months. That's how long it took to seat that jury for the theater shooting trial.
And of the 24 selected, only the judge and attorneys know who are the 12 jurors and who are the 12 alternates. Marshall Zellinger giving us a closer look at what we know about some of these jurors.
This is our interactive jury box, which details the 19 women and 5 men. What we know about some of them, like Juror 13, has treated the mentally ill in the past. And Juror number 22 is a special ed teacher and has 3 schizophrenic students. Dan?
This works probably to the advantage of the defense. For this reason, the defense wants jurors that understand mental illness is a real problem, and that people really suffer from mental illness, and it's not hocus pocus. Prosecutors often want jurors that look skeptically at anything a psychiatrist says and anything about mental health.
What about these jurors, like Juror 5, who had a niece who survived Columbine, and this juror said that her niece had to run from the cafeteria to be saved, and Juror 17, who was a Columbine survivor himself, was in school that day and made it out. Can we take anything of it that these two were in a mass shooting situation?
It depends how they reacted to the mass shooting situation. The man, for example, had to be in therapy for 10 years, I believe he said. So that cuts 2 different ways. From a defense perspective, they're looking for people that understand mental illness, understand there's often a need for therapy, and understand that this is real and people can suffer terribly from mental illness or mental problems. On the other hand, Columbine survivors might well think to themselves, I'm way prosecution oriented, and I want to see these people put to death.
And these 24 jurors will have to pay attention to about 6 hours or so of testimony every day for multiple months.
And when this jury selection process began back in January, it started out with summonses going out to 9,000 people living in Arapahoe County. Each of those potential jurors had a 0.2% chance of being part of the final jury. Now, over the course of the next few months, the jury will likely hear a lot about the gunman's childhood and his life before he moved here to Colorado.
Right, and for the defense, it could play a vital role not only in determining his sanity, but whether jurors should consider the death penalty.
Holmes grew up in the upscale San Diego neighborhood of Rancho Penasquitos. Those who knew him said he was a clean-cut kid, quiet and responsible.
I think you're going to hear a lot about James Holmes' background, childhood, growing up, family.
All right, our next speaker is James Holmes.
The first video we saw of him was from 2006. He was 18 years old and giving a presentation at a San Diego science camp.
He wants to know how graphemes are mediated in spatial frequency channels.
The topic, temporal illusion. Later that year, he started his undergrad work at the University of California as a scholarship student. In 2010, he graduated with honors with a degree in neuroscience.
They are going to show, I believe, that James Holmes was a healthy, smart, good student, good to his family, loving son, that in his 20s came down with something like schizophrenia and changed completely.
The shooter was at CU for his post-undergrad work. At the time of his arrest, we found he did have some dating profiles online, but was not active on social media, no Facebook or Twitter pages. The gunman's connection to the CU Anschutz campus and his relationship with his psychiatrist expected to be a big part of this case.
Yeah, we all want to know, what did he reveal in the weeks leading up to the shooting? Call 7 investigator John Ferrugia uncovered exclusive details about the relationship, and John's here now with what we know as we head into this trial, John.
Yeah, and our investigation uncovered serious questions about the actions of Holmes psychiatrist Dr. Lynn Fenton and the University Behavioral Evaluation and Threat Assessment, or BETA team at CU. It's clear that Fenton knew Holmes represented a serious threat, and she broke her pledge of doctor-patient confidentiality because she was so concerned.
That white car in the rear of the lot, is that a suspect? Yes, we've got rifles, gas masks. He's detained right now. I've got an open door going into the theater.
Even as police took James Holmes into custody outside the Aurora Theater and he was identified as the shooter, there were questions about whether there were warning signs before the killings. Our investigation led to his psychiatrist, Dr. Lynn Fenton, and the University of Colorado BETA team. We reported Fenton called a university police officer 6 weeks before the shooting, requesting a background check, telling an officer Holmes threatened to kill a lot of people. The court documents now confirm that call on June 12th. Lynn Fenton described James E. Holmes as having homicidal thoughts and also stated that he had threatened and harassed her via email and text messages. Our investigation found Fenton also notified the university team responsible for threat assessment, but the team took no action. Fenton never contacted Aurora police. Our investigation also uncovered that Fenton declined the university police officer's offer to detain Holmes on a 72-hour hold. The affidavit also notes Holmes' university pass was deactivated based on his threats to Fenton. Now, the university police officer told investigators that Dr. Fenton made it clear that she thought Holmes was a danger to the public due to his homicidal statements. Now, police officers had no information that allowed her to detain Holmes on her own, so she had to defer to Fenton. Even though the psychiatrist broke confidentiality, she took no action. Now, Fenton has never submitted to a police interview, and you can be sure that prosecutors will be examining her in great detail as to why she apparently failed to heed clear warnings of danger. I'm Call 7 investigator John Ferrugia.
All right, thanks, John. Now let's take another live look inside the Arapahoe County courtroom. Right now, Judge Carlos Samur giving the jurors the instructions here. These instructions last the entire length of the trial, 4 to 5 months, reminding those jurors that the shooter is presumed innocent during the trial. And right now, just a few minutes ago, the judge bringing up whether jurors can be taking notes during the trial. Let's bring in 7 News legal analyst Dan Reck now to talk a little bit more about this. I thought what was interesting, Dan, reminding the shooter that he is presumed innocent during trial. What we're talking about here is we know that he, in fact, did shoot and kill those people, but we're talking about whether he was sane at the time, right?
Absolutely. He has admitted from the beginning that he was the shooter. His lawyers have admitted that. But that's not the same as pleading guilty, because he has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. And so at this first phase of the trial, that's the issue. Was he sane or was he insane when he was pulling the trigger in the theater?
We also know that he went through testing twice. Will we hear the results of those tests throughout this trial?
These opening statements are going to be much more interesting than the normal opening statements in that we don't know the results of these mental health evaluations, and we're going to hear about them presumably this afternoon in the opening statement. So really, I think people are on the edge of their chair wondering what these experts have to say. In the normal trial, you'd already know, but because of the gag order, we don't know, but we'll find out.
And Dan, you know, the question I get most from viewers out there is the planning that went into this. A lot of people confused. If he's so insane, how well was this planned? And before you respond to that, he bought theater tickets 2 weeks before this. He had 4 guns, bought online, ballistic armor. He was casing the theater, according to investigators, on pictures on his cell phone. A dating website said, "Are you going to, quote, visit me in prison?" The planning that went into this, is it possible to be insane yet plan so far in advance for this shooting?
It is possible, but certainly the prosecution is going to rely on all of the planning to say these were the plans of a sane man. On the other hand, schizophrenics can plan, but if they're hearing voices in their head that, I mean, this happens. I don't know what happened with James Holmes, but it happens where someone hears voices in their head saying that God is instructing you to kill these people. Well, you could plan for months and yet be completely insane because you didn't know the difference between right and wrong. In fact, you thought what you were doing was right.
And the burden falls on the prosecution here, right?
Absolutely. The burden falls directly on the prosecution. They have to show that he was sane, and if they don't, beyond a reasonable doubt, then the verdict, and the jury will be told, has to be not guilty by reason of insanity.
We talk about insane, and it's a lot more detailed than just that word, right? Do we have the graphic of what insanity actually is? I'll read it to you a little bit. A person who is diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act is not accountable. Can you expand on that, Dan? What does that mean for our viewers?
You can distill that legal language down to know the difference between right and wrong. If the jury believes that he did not know the difference between right and wrong, then they're going to find that he was insane. If they find that he did know the difference and he was doing this even though he knew that this was the wrong thing to do, then they're going to find him sane and find him guilty.
And let's talk about the jurors. We know that there are 19 women, 5 men. They painstakingly went through this list of people. And by the way, they are still going through jury instructions right now, when to take notes, when to use cell phones, that sort of thing. Pretty standard stuff happening right now. But what is it about that jury pool? Some people might wonder why so many women, for example. What is it about that jury pool as we head into this case? What do you read into that?
It's hard to read too much into it. I mean, it is unusual that there's 19 women and 5 men, but that doesn't necessarily answer any question here. Considering what juries will do, and I do it for a living, is like a little bit like reading tea leaves. You never quite know, but nevertheless, you're looking at people's backgrounds. What was highlighted and what is interesting is that some of these people have dealt with mental illness in their professions, and those jurors will be helpful to the defense.
A couple of them had connections to Columbine as well.
Exactly
so
right.
Interesting jury pool for sure.
It is.
We'll continue to have our conversation with Dan Recht throughout the afternoon. Thank you, Dan.
Thanks for being here, Dan. This entire trial comes down to the shooter's sanity at the moment of the shooting, as we were just discussing.
And if that's the case, we wanted to know, why does it matter what he did before the shooting or what victims have to say?
Welcome back to the 7 Newsroom. I'm Mark Stewart. As we take a brief commercial break, we want to take a closer look at one aspect of this trial that you've probably heard a lot about, but may not necessarily know all the details about, and that is Dr. Lynn Fenton. She is the gunman psychiatrist. She also is the one who received the much talked about notebook. This was the scene 2 days after the shooting, a massive search that ended in the mailroom of the University of Colorado's Anschutz Medical Campus. It was sparked by a phone call from one of James Holmes' public defenders, who called Dr. Fenton and asked her to return a package. The infamous notebook was inside. Citing sources, former Fox News reporter John O'Winter reported the notebook had full details about how he was going to kill people and drawings and illustrations of the massacre. In a court hearing seeking to find her anonymous source, officers testified about how they x-rayed the package, opened it inside a sealed vent hood, and tested it for biological agents and explosives. But investigators say during all that handling, no one read its contents. Winter's reports were never confirmed, and she never did reveal her source. Defense attorneys put a lot of pressure on Winter to reveal her confidential source. That did not happen. Winter refused. Prosecutors, though, also spoke out, disputing her reporting. As far as that notebook, the contents, to this moment at least, have remained concealed. Let's go back to the studio and to Ann and Eric.
is remembering the theater shooting victims. We understand today is just as much about them as it is about the man in the middle of your screen on the upper left-hand side, James Holmes. Another live look inside the Arapahoe County courtroom. This is courtroom 201, Judge Carlos Zamora presiding.
And it is a packed courtroom. We know many family members are inside there. We know that there are 2 spillover courtrooms as well, so that people can watch not directly in person, but they can watch from a video feed, much like the video feed that you were seeing here now. Again, this is a fixed camera in that courtroom that we will continue to show you throughout the trial on the denverchannel.com nonstop. Now, we know that countless court hearings have helped provide many of the clues about what happened leading up to the shooting. It is this chain of events that prosecutors will use to show how the shooting was so carefully planned, and prosecutors aim to show that the shooter was sane.
Jurors will be less likely to believe that Mr. Holmes is insane or was insane when he did this if there was a lot of planning that went into this.
And that's what prosecutors hope the jury will believe with the timeline they've laid out. During the preliminary hearing 15 months ago, they say Holmes made his first of 16 purchases related to the shooting on May 10, 2012, buying a pair of tear gas grenades. Nearly a month would pass. Then on June 7th, he failed his oral exam for the CU neuroscience program. Prosecutors say he was told by a professor that he had no future in the department. Later that day, he purchased a Smith & Wesson gun. That next week, Dr. Lynn Fenton called the university's threat assessment team about Holmes, and by the end of the week, he had turned in his student badge. 2 more weeks would pass. Then on June 29th, prosecutors say he took 2 photos inside the theater on his iPhone. 2 days later, he's first spotted with that now infamous orange hair he had during his first court appearance. On July 5th, prosecutors say Holmes used his iPhone to take another picture, this time outside the theater. That same night, he created a profile on a dating website, Adult Friend Finder. 2 days before the shooting, he posted on there, quote, "Would you visit me in prison?" On July 7th, he bought his ticket for the movie. His ticket was for Theater 8, but he was able to walk into Theater 9. July 16th, prosecutors say Holmes took 2 more iPhone photos, this time inside his apartment, showing some of the items the bomb squad had to disarm after the shooting. Then, July 19th, hours before the shooting, prosecutors say Holmes took several photos on his phone, one with his face next to the muzzle of a Glock. His phone was found and collected as evidence during a search of his car behind the theater, right next to where Aurora police arrested him. So if this case is about sanity or insanity, we are curious how much testimony we'll actually hear from victims and their families.
Also, how much will be from doctors and medical experts before the shooting? Marshall Zellinger finding out it's more than you'd think.
The theater shooting trial is not about finding the person responsible. This is about whether this man was sane when he killed 12 and injured 70 others.
It's not about who did the shooting. It's not about how much people have suffered. It's about whether James Holmes knew the difference between right and wrong at the time he was in the theater doing these horrendous things.
But with 12 victims' families wanting justice and 70 others able to take the stand for themselves, how much emotional testimony matters when this case is about sanity?
The defense will argue that the position of the families of the victims means nothing when it comes to sanity.
We know the jury will hear disturbing 911 calls. They'll be shown graphic images. And just as we saw during the preliminary hearing in January 2013, they'll be told where each victim was sitting when they were killed or injured.
The prosecution is going to argue we have a right to present as many of these photographs as we need to for the jury to get a complete picture of what happened that night.
So how much evidence matters? What does the gun on the roof of the car behind the theater have to do with sanity? What about the booby-trapped Aurora apartment and explosives found inside?
The more calculating it was, the less people will think that those are the actions of an insane man.
One element we still do not know about. What did the 2 mental health examinations determine? When doctors interviewed him over the last 2.5 years, what do those reports reveal?
One of the ways the expert will determine sanity will have to do with the planning and the things he told people beforehand.
For a shooting at Century Theater.
In the end, jurors will have to decide if they believe he was insane at the time of the shooting or if they believe he did know the difference between right and wrong.
So once again, another live look inside Arapahoe County Courtroom 201 with the jury instructions happening as we speak.
Right, and we understand the judge is talking about sanity, insanity at this point, so let's listen in to Judge Carlos Moore.
Reason of insanity, which includes the plea of not guilty. Under Colorado law, a person charged with certain crimes, including all of the crimes charged in this case, may plead not guilty by reason of insanity. By pleading not guilty by reason of insanity, the defendant says that he is not legally responsible for the offenses charged because he was insane at the time of the commission of the act. Under Colorado law, the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the act if either 1, he was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or 2, he suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charged. But care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. In addition, diseased or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychoactive substance. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. As I mentioned earlier, folks, the defendant is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with him and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. Therefore, the defendant does not have to prove that he was insane at the time of the commission of the act. Rather, the prosecution has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the act. In order to meet this burden of proof, the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt both: 1, that the defendant was not so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, and 2, that the defendant did not suffer from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charge. At the end of the trial, the jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each element of each crime charged, including the additional element that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the act. If the jury finds that the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt each element of a crime charged, including that Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the commission of the act, then the jury must return a verdict of guilty on that charge. If the jury finds that the prosecution did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt each element of a crime charged, including that Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the commission of the act, then the jury must return a verdict of not guilty on that charge. In the event of a not guilty verdict, the jury will be asked to specify whether it found Mr. Holmes not guilty on that charge based solely on the prosecution's failure to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was sane at the time of the commission of the act. If the jury concluded that the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt only one element of a crime charged, the element that Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the crime charged, at the time of the commission of the act, then Mr. Holmes will be found not guilty by reason of insanity as to that charge. If the jury concluded that the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any other element of a crime charged, Mr. Holmes will be found not guilty as to that charge. Accordingly, as to every crime charged in this case, Mr. Holmes may be found guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity. As I have mentioned, folks, the jury will determine the facts in this case. and then I will give you the instructions that you are to apply to those facts. A fact may be proven by either direct or circumstantial evidence. Under the law, both are acceptable ways to prove.
All right, we've been talking a lot about the not guilty by reason of insanity plea. In fact, we beat the judge a little bit talking about the Colorado statute, breaking it down there, Judge Suarez. We bring back 7 News legal analyst Dan Reck to break this down for us. Your thoughts on what the judge was doing there, explaining to the jury ultimately the charges before him.
And the definition of insanity.
Absolutely. And if you focus in on the language he used, the crucial language for the jury is whether Holmes knew the difference between right and wrong when he was pulling the trigger. So you can distill it down to that. And one of the other interesting things the judge said, and says in every insanity case, is you can either find him guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity. Those are 2 different ways of finding somebody not guilty. However, the odds of them finding him simply not guilty are remote, because this all comes down to whether he was sane or insane. His lawyers have admitted he was the shooter, so they're not going to find him simply not guilty.
But it certainly gives you some insight as we listen to this judge of what these jurors have to take in and basically stop their lives for these next few months, 4 months it's anticipated. They will not be sequestered. That's a lot of heavy material to take in.
It's huge, and it's going to be an emotional burden on this jury. I mean, everything that they're going to be told this morning, we just heard a small snippet that had to do with sanity or insanity. But this jury instructions are going to go on for a half hour or more, and they're going to leave this courtroom with their heads spinning with the task that is.
Well, sure, just listening to that definition, I have to keep going back and looking at the words.
Absolutely.
And trying to ingest those words is pretty cumbersome.
Right.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of legalese involved there, and it's not just an issue of mental illness here, it's an issue of insanity, and that burden falls on the prosecution. Is that an uphill battle for them?
Well, it is an uphill battle, but you're absolutely right, and the listeners, viewers should know there is a big difference between mental illness and insanity. Insanity is just a heightened level of mental illness. So my guess is throughout this trial, everybody's going to agree, both sides and both sides' experts, that he was suffering from a mental illness. But you can suffer from a mental illness, let's say depression or bipolar disorder, and still be sane. The defense is going to say yes, and their expert's going to say yes, but he was insane when he pulled that trigger.
Well, and when we went and sat, Eric and I went in and sat during the voir dire process, a lot of that was to what extent, how do you measure mental illness when they were discussing with these potential jurors who was going to end up ultimately in that jury box? How do you measure that? And that's a huge question in and of itself.
There is no litmus test. It's why we have jurors. And fortunately, we have these jurors that are sacrificing a big chunk of their life to go about this task, because otherwise, who would make these decisions?
How do you answer that? Yes, absolutely.
Juror 13, for example, has treated patients with mental illness. Some of the other jurors that we know a little information about actually have mental illnesses. Is that something that's going to help the defense in this case because they are understanding and compassionate about that? Or is it totally different because, as you said, insanity is something entirely different that the prosecution must prove?
Well, I do believe it will help the defense, depending on what else those jurors are thinking, and who knows. But to have someone experienced in mental illness and know that mental illness is not just a bunch of hocus pocus, and there are people that think that, that's helpful to the defense, because their whole defense, the whole sanity and insanity issue for the defense comes down to mental illness, and people believing that mental illness under some circumstances can rise to the level of insanity.
Well, we will continue our conversation here with Dan Reck, our legal expert. We will continue to monitor what's going on in courtroom 201. They're in Arapahoe County right now as jury instructions continue, and we will be right back.
Welcome back to the 7 Newsroom. I'm Mark Stewart. During this commercial break, we want to take a closer look at the jury, the 24 men and women who for the next 4 months will be hearing testimony start to finish. It will be challenging and in many cases life-changing. This afternoon, we want you to hear from one man who served on a jury in another high-profile case.
Going to be a life-changing experience for everybody on that jury.
Nate Becker knows what the men and women sitting in this jury box will soon be facing.
And you're putting your life on hold to be a member of this jury, there's no doubt.
His authority comes from sitting on the jury of the Edward Montour case, the man who admitted to killing a prison guard, a death penalty case, like the theater shooting trial.
It weighs on your mind, you know, the gravity of the decision that you're being trusted with and being forced to make.
While the trial came to a quick halt when Montour pleaded guilty about 1 week into the case, the experience is still memorable.
When you come home, your wife can't ask you how your day was today because you can't talk about it.
In the Aurora shooting case, jurors could be on the job for 4 months, including hours of graphic and emotional testimony.
Your wife, your family, your friends, nobody can truly understand what these people are going to go through.
A commitment to serve, impacting the lives of everyone in the courtroom.
See, we all have different things we'd rather be doing, that this is a critical piece of our system, and we need jurors to be willing to commit their time.
The jury in this case will not be sequestered. One attorney telling me in this day of electronics with iPhones, iPads, it's pretty much impossible to shield anyone from electronics and from the everyday news of the world. Their days usually will start at 8:30 in the morning and wrap up at 5 in the afternoon. Now let's go back to Ann and Eric.
Of your household, including your spouse, significant other, family members. This also friends, colleagues.
Welcome back to coverage of the opening statements in the Aurora theater shooting trial. You're looking at a live picture inside courtroom 201. The judge talking about how the alternate jury system works right now. Only the judge, prosecution, and defense know who the actual 12 jurors are.
And I believe they're about to take a break, so let's listen very quickly to Judge Samora as he finishes up these
discuss
remarks.
The trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, let my staff know immediately that you need to speak with me. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law that I give you. Please do not talk to the parties, the attorneys, or the witnesses about anything. Please do not talk to any members of the media about anything. Please make sure you wear your juror badges at all times and that they are visible to those around you. Finally, it is important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of the trial. You must keep an open mind throughout the trial. Now, folks, I want to emphasize that all of these admonishments will apply during the break. We're going to take a 10-minute break here. All of the admonishments apply. You may be tempted during your first break, official break, to want to talk about what just happened here. You must resist the temptation to talk about anything that just happened here. I encourage you to be friendly with each other. Talk about sports or current events or your job, your family. Don't talk about the proceedings. Don't talk about the case. Don't talk about anything that happens here in the courtroom. And these admonishments are extremely important. I know that I've mentioned that to you before, and I know that all of you smiled when I repeated it 3 times during your introductory session and must have thought that I was crazy. But that was my way of emphasizing to you how important these are. These are not admonishments that you can say, well, whatever, what's the big deal? I can just do this one little thing. No, you have to strictly comply with all of them, every single one of them. It would also be improper for you to think, well, who's going to find out? Who's going to know? Trust me, we will find out. So follow each and every single advisement, all right? Each and every one of you must do that. If you don't do that, it will create major problems for the case. By the way, before I break, I wanted to tell you that I've administered an oath to all my bailiffs. That's Ms. Robinson, Ms. Gerlings, and Ms. Zagel, to not permit any person to speak to you about this trial, to not speak to you themselves in relation to this trial, and to return with you at the end of each break as ordered by the court. All right, with that, let's take a break. Thank you, folks.
All right, that was Judge Carlos Amor giving them a 10-minute break, letting the jurors know that they had very strict instructions not to speak to anyone. And in fact, we're going to bring in Dan Reck to talk more about these instructions. Pretty standard stuff, right? But was there anything unusual in there that you heard?
No, this was very standard stuff. He maybe said it more strongly and repeated it more frequently than he might in a case without publicity. The point is, in the old days, people might remember that juries would be sequestered. You'd have to stay in hotel rooms and not be exposed to anything. And they don't do that very much anymore, and they're certainly not doing it in this case. But they're saying to the jury, but nevertheless, you can't look at the news, you can't talk to people about the case, you can't even talk to your fellow jurors about the case, and that's going to be hard to do. 4 months together, you will develop bonds with each other, and yet there's this big elephant in the jury room where you can't talk about the case.
Yeah, ironically, one of the jurors' phones went off during instructions this morning, so a good sign that it's time to turn off the phone, right?
Won't be having any more of that,
I don't think so. If that happens to a lawyer, they get held in contempt of court.
And that's never happened to you, right?
Yeah.
But in this day and age, though, how do you manage without
the judge was very stern about
cell
that.
phone when you're on a jury like this?
Well, yes, and how do you keep 24 jurors from looking at the news or Googling something or looking at something online? I mean, the system, the judge, the parties are being very trustful of these 24 jurors that they really will not look at any news on any device.
These jurors have been prepared, have been prepped by the judge on what to expect here, but talk about the kind of the timeline through a day. These breaks are going to be necessary for these jurors because there's a lot being thrown at them, right? Mentally.
Absolutely. So, in the course of an 8-hour day, the judge will never go more than 2 hours without giving the jury a break. And the judge will rely on and defer to what the jury wants often. So to the judge, normally it's more important than what the lawyers want. If the jury wants a break, they'll get a break.
Now, we did, in part of the instructions here, the jurors can take notes. Those notes will be destroyed at the end of the trial. We also heard that, they get to submit questions to the judge when a particular person is testifying.
Right. At the end of each witness's testimony, the jurors can submit written questions, and then the judge and the parties decide if those are legally valid questions, and if so, the judge will ask them of the witness, and the witness has to respond. This is new in the last decade. For 100 years before that in Colorado, jurors could not ask any questions of witnesses. They were a passive entity. And then that changed, as I said, a number of years ago, but during my career, and has changed what might happen in a trial, because I prepare my cross-examination anticipating that I'm the one running the show, and all of a sudden a juror asks a question that I didn't anticipate, or neither side anticipated. So it does add an interesting factor to the trial.
Ultimately, they need to have all of their questions answered, so it does seem to make sense. All right, thanks a lot, Dan.
Well, we have a lot more questions about this trial. We're waiting for opening statements here right now, which should happen in a matter of minutes, and we'll bring it to you here live, right here on 7 News.
And good afternoon to our viewers on the denverchannel.com and the 7 News app. I'm Mark Stewart of 7 News, along with investigative reporter John Ferrugia. Our colleagues, will be with you for the next weeks, or actually months, I should say, John. Teresa Marchetta, Marshall Zellinger. We will basically be navigating you through our trial coverage, gavel to gavel. And easily, John, this is going to likely amount to be a 4-month trial.
Yeah, it certainly will be. There are so many counts here, more than 130 counts.
Sure.
They're going to have to go through each one of these counts, and to be clear, the prosecution will be very, very meticulous on each crime, if you can say, each shot fired.
Sure.
I mean, they've mapped these. They're going to want the jury to know exactly why James Holmes should get death. That's what this trial's about.
And today's a very significant day because this is opening statements. And I think we have a slide that we can go to. Basically, as is legal protocol, prosecution goes first, defense goes second, and here both sides will get approximately 2 hours to make their case. But this is critical because, especially with the prosecution, this will set the tone not only for today, but also to leave a lasting impression in the jurors' minds.
Yeah, in the opening statement, what you're really looking at is you're looking at a framework that the prosecution can say, here is what happened, here's how it happened, and it's going to be in great, great detail. You know, at the theater that night, horrific things happened. Horrific things happened in each one of those you know, theaters. There were actually two, but and they're going to go through each one of the deaths and the injuries in some detail, obviously in the trial. But the opening statement, they're going to really set up James Holmes as the devil, if you will. He's going to be the evil incarnate. That's what they're going to try to show, and show that he knew exactly what he was doing, that he planned this meticulously, even to the point of, I mean, one of the things that we've heard about before is there's a difference between mental illness and insanity, and they're going to show that he was mentally ill, but he was not insane. He knew the difference between right and wrong.
So George Brauchler, the district attorney, this is the case where the district attorney actually does appear in the courtroom when you have a case of this scale, of this magnanimity. George Brauchler is a very skilled orator. I mean, he is very well spoken in the courtroom. He's going to have to both be legal, though, but also make an emotional connection with each of these jurors.
He does, and the thing about George Brauchler is I was there during some of the jury selection. He's very, very clear when he speaks about James Holmes. He never mentions his name, ever. He points to him with his thumb usually and says, this guy or that guy. James Holmes, in the time that I was there, never really made any eye contact with George Brauchler. The two of them right now, you can just pick it up when you're they are the enemy. They are absolute enemies. George Brauchler sees this person as someone who knew exactly what he was doing. He really believes, I think, that he's evil, and that's what he said to the jury during selection. And
didn't mean to interrupt you, but in order to make that case, in order to say that this is an evil guy, but this is also someone who, for lack of better words, was not insane at the time, did have some mental awareness as to what was occurring. So to do that, will that be through just simple statements to the jury? Will he show pictures? Will we hear audio recordings? I mean, we don't know what will happen.
Yeah,
but
opening statements, you just don't know. I think there'll be a framework, whether that framework then, it says to the jury, here's what I'm going to tell you, and then you're going to tell them, and you're going to tell them what you told them. It's going to be reinforced over and over and over again. The opening statement is, tell them what you're going to do. It's going to be the guide to the jury and say, here's what we're going to show you, here's what we're going to tell you. Now, will they use some of the photographs, some horrific photographs? It's hard to know. That's a real strategic, judgment by the prosecution. On the defense side, obviously, from the get-go, they're going to say, he did this, he pulled the trigger, but he wasn't responsible. And then they're going to appeal to the emotional, gut of each juror to say, can you really say this guy knew what he was doing?
Well, let's talk about the public defender, Tamara Brady, of course, the number one, I guess you would say, on the defense team. She also is very experienced, very skilled. I was looking at my notes. Our colleague John Ingold from the Denver Post. I can't find his exact verbiage he used to describe her, but she's also very adaptable to different situations. And in a case like this, she has to also create an emotional connection between the jurors and her defendant.
She does, and be clear, this defense team, these are public defenders, but this defense team is very experienced, very adept. These are very, very professional lawyers, and there's going to be a formidable clash between prosecution and defense here at a very, very high level, at a high legal level, and that's because the defense team is really good, really experienced. They've been through this before.
Well, and Katherine Spengler, who's expected to make the opening statements, she's likely expected to take 1 hour of the two to make her arguments, but she is distinct, at least in Colorado courtrooms, as being the opening statement public defender, so to speak.
Yeah, and I mean, she's a very, very experienced lawyer. And again, you mentioned the emotional connection. She's very good at making that connection, that eye contact with each juror. And as you pointed out earlier, we might have seen it on our broadcast, Marshall Zellinger, went through, and if you maybe some of you saw this, he was pointing out each juror and each of their experiences. You can be sure that she's going to be making eye contact, as will the prosecution, with those jurors who they believe could be on their side, that will take their position. And as an experienced defense attorney, she is excellent at that, excellent at making that connection.
So it's interesting to look at the jury pool. It's a very diverse group of people, not only from their individual backgrounds as far as gender, ethnicity, religious backgrounds, but we have educators, we have the manager of a Bed Bath & Beyond. It's a very wide scope of people who've had so many different experiences in life, and you have to be able, both prosecution and defense, to make a connection in a broad enough scale that you can touch someone in an individual way.
Yeah, it's somewhat akin to politics in some ways, and that is this. A candidate has high negatives and high positives. Well, you can have high positives, let's say if you're a prosecutor or defense attorney, but you can't have high negatives. I mean, because you're going to split that jury. And so you really, as you mentioned, have to have a broad appeal and not put people off, not alienate people, even those that may not agree with you, but will respect you and say, I may not agree with it, but I have to think about what that person said.
Right. That's the point, is to create an internal conversation in these jurors' minds.
Exactly.
And we should let our viewers know we have a whole team here working behind the scenes from our tremendous website. And it does appear that court's still in recess. Is that correct, Phil? Okay, still in recess. So we're going to give you a little bit more context about what to expect as the court moves forward. But John, you have been in court for many of these hearings. Let's talk about the judge in this case. I think that he wants to be known as the efficient, on the mark, on the minute judge.
Yeah. Well, just to be clear, I was only in one session of jury selection. But you can pick it up very, very clearly. You walk in the door, you sit down, and the judge walks in, the judge is in charge. I mean, there are no aspersions out here. He does not suffer fools in the courtroom. He wants you to get to it. He wants you to make your point. He will stop and start you and say, move on. He's very, very efficient, and he is not somebody that's going to let somebody drone on and on and on about anything.
Well, even looking at his word choices are interesting. I mean, he is very calculated in every single word he says. As far as the courtroom itself, because of the high attention to this, and I believe we have a live look inside as these opening statements are about to start, but the seating arrangement, okay, this is from earlier, but the seating arrangements are by no accident.
Exactly, very interesting.
We have the defense on the left, prosecution on the right, and we do see the defendant, Mr. Holmes, there in the corner.
And note where James Holmes is.
Starting. Okay, we're going to go to the courtroom, and we are expecting first to hear George Brauchler, District Attorney.
1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Ms. Brady, Mr. King, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Higgs, and Ms. Spengler. The people are represented by Mr. Brauchler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Ms. Tish McGuire, and Mr. Edson. The record should further reflect that we are outside the presence of the prospective jurors, or not prospective, the actual jurors at this time. Before I bring the jury in, I want to address the spectators in the courtroom. Folks, this is a public trial, and I want everyone to feel welcome here. That's important to me. However, you must observe proper courtroom decorum. I am sensitive to the fact that this case may evoke powerful emotions. I fully understand that. But it is my responsibility to ensure that both sides receive a fair trial and to uphold the dignity of the court. In Order D-79, the court recognized that some visible emotional reactions are inevitable and appropriate. What the court strictly prohibited are audible comments and emotional outbursts, as well as the display of insignias, symbols, pictures, clothing, or any other item that may influence the jury or which are intended to convey a message about a person, an issue, or cause. If at any time you feel the onset of an emotional reaction that may turn into audible comments or an emotional outburst, please quietly and discreetly exit the courtroom. You may return to the courtroom after the following break if you're ready to do so in compliance with this order. Anyone who violates this order may be subject to contempt proceedings and sanctions and may be barred from attending the remainder of the trial. All right, thank you, everyone. With that, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jurors have now joined us. Does everybody have a notebook? Yes, and everybody's saying yes and nodding their head yes. Great. Just a scheduling note, folks. Let's plan to have you here every morning at 8:15. I was going to have you get here at 8:30, but it takes a little bit of time to get through security and have you screened and to have you ready here. So the idea is that we're going to start at 8:40 every morning. And in order to start at 8:40, I think we have to get you here at about 8:15 or so. The other scheduling note is that this Thursday is going to be a short day because one of you has a trip. And I think we need to finish at about 3 or so to allow the person to get to the airport on time. So this Thursday, we will finish at around 3 o'clock, 3 or 3:30. And then Friday is off. This is one of the days off that we have planned to take. We're going to buy you lunch for the next 3 days. So you don't need to bring a lunch unless you want to for the next 3 days. But don't get used to that. That's just while you get settled in this week. Lunch will be on us. You can have drinks here in the courtroom as long as they're non-alcoholic drinks, obviously. And you can have coffee, soda, water, whatever you prefer. When you get here, you can leave your personal effects in the lockers. You can leave food if you bring food in the refrigerator. I think we have a couple of refrigerators available to you. If at any time during the trial you cannot see or hear something, I need you to raise your hand and let me know that. Just say, Judge, I can't see, or Judge, I can't hear. It's important that each and every one of you is able to hear and see everything that happens in the trial. I mentioned a moment ago that the next step in the proceedings is opening statements. I have allowed each side 2 hours for opening statements, and each side has the ability to use 2 attorneys if they wish for opening statements. You will hear that my staff will provide time warnings based on what each party has requested. The prosecution will go first. We will take a break after the prosecution's opening statement, and then after that, the defense will decide whether they want to make an opening statement now, or if they want to defer, or if they want to make an opening statement at all. And that's because, as I mentioned earlier, the defendant is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with them and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. With that, then, we are ready for opening statements. And so, Mr. Brauchler, are the people ready to proceed with their opening statement?
We are, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Through this door is horror. Through this door are bullets, blood, brains, and bodies. Through this door, one guy who felt as if he had lost his career, lost his love life, lost his purpose, came to execute a plan in his heart for his life, but for 2.5 months in his mind. On a cool July night a few years ago, about 13 miles from where we sit right now, 400 people filed into a box-like theater to be entertained. And one person came there to slaughter them.
Hello, 911, where's your emergency? I can't hear you. What address? Theater, Colorado. Yeah, I can't hear you. Give me the address again. There's gunshot. What address? Say it loud.
The man that came there that night, covered head to toe in armor to protect him from any injury. The man who brought with him 4 weapons and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. He's in the courtroom with us today. He's seated right over here. His name is James Eagan Holmes. And on July 20th, 2012, he tried to murder a theater full of people to make himself feel better, and because he thought it would increase his self-worth. Now, what I'd like to do is just talk to you about victims in this case. What I'd like to do is to focus us on those who were most affected by this conduct. But here's the thing. He made so many victims that if I were to stand here and merely spend 1 minute per victim telling you about them, about how they got to the theater that night, and about what he did to them, I would be here for almost an hour and a half. I can't do that. But what I can promise you is that before this case is over, you will hear from or about every one of them. I'll try to highlight some. Rebecca Wingo. Rebecca is a 32-year-old mother of 2 young girls. She had been in the military, but had hopes of doing something else, becoming a social worker. And on this particular night, she comes to the theater with a friend. Michaela Medic is 24. She's a local girl. Graduated from Gateway High School early, took her GED. She was taking prerequisite classes at college, wasn't sure what she wanted to do yet, but she worked at Subway. And on this particular night, she and her friends decided they wanted to go to this premiere of The Dark Knight Rises. They get there. The only seats that are available to them suck. They're 3 rows off the screen, and they're horrible. But she and another friend out of that group of 5, just as the theater's about to get dark, look back. And they see 2 open seats, about 4 rows from the top, and they take them. The other reason we can't just talk about those victims is because he has said he is not guilty by reason of insanity for what he's been accused of. And you know from the court that that means that he's saying that at the time of the commission of these alleged acts, that he was so diseased or defective of mind that he was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, or that it prevented him from forming the culpable mental state, intent, premeditation, deliberation. And as the judge told you this morning, care should be taken not to confuse such mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or any other motives and kindred evil conditions. Because when the act is based on those things, the person is accountable to the law. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, and there were 2 psychiatrists, about a year apart, asked to do independent assessments and evaluations of him. Jeff Metzner and William Reed. Those psychiatrists, those expert forensic psychiatrists, were not picked by the people of the state of Colorado. They were not picked by the defendant or his attorneys. They were picked by the Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo, the state mental hospital, at the direction of the court. And both of them say the same thing, that guy was sane when he tried to murder all those people in that theater back in July of 2012. They each spent a great deal of time evaluating the defendant. Jeff Metzner spent 26 hours of interviews over multiple days. William Reed spent 24 hours, but here's what's unique about that. It was all on video. And we're going to watch it all. You're not going to have to hear someone interpret or give you some guesswork as to what's going on or what was said. We're going to watch it. Now, you should also know this as we go down this road. These 2 experts considered everything in coming up with their opinion. They don't just look at that night. They don't just look at the day before, the week before, the year before. They look at every single piece of discovery. That's what we call the reports, the videos, the audios, the interviews, the pictures made available to them. One of the things that they first considered was that this guy has a superior intellect. Superior. About 9 months after he's been arrested for these atrocities, 9 months of, in essence, being in isolation in jail, he takes this general ability index test. And his score is so high, they call his ranking superior. He takes a full-scale IQ test at the same time. His score is so high, they again call his intellect superior. He is smart. They also look at his post-shooting conduct. They've considered it all. They consider the fact that as this guy walks out of the theater, out of this back door towards his car that it is for the first time that he realizes that his apartment didn't blow up, that fire didn't start, that the police and the first responders he had counted on to not be there, they were all there. Now, when you see a doctor's name at the bottom where it says Jeff Metzner, MD, or William Reed, MD, those are statements that he made to them during the course of their evaluation. And what's important about that is this: you cannot consider those for guilt or innocence. What you can consider them for only are the not guilty by reason of insanity plea, whether he could tell right from wrong and whether he could inform the culpable mental state, okay? Every time you see those, think of that. He says he realizes that the apartment bombs failed. He takes his handgun and sets it on the car. He has dozens of other magazines and bullets for those handguns still with him. Inside the passenger side door, secreted away in the crevice at the side, he has another fully loaded handgun prepared to help him get away. He has $280 in his pocket, and on the seat of his car, he has these things. They are tire puncturing devices, caltrops, and they're used to help him get away by throwing them out and puncturing the tires of police that chase him. So he does this assessment, standing out there, watching all the first responders arriving. Reasons not to escape? Well, the police had already arrived. They outnumbered him, and frankly, he was still wearing all of his armor, and he couldn't get away very well, couldn't drive. So he did the best available thing for him. The best available option was to give up, and so he did. The other thing that the doctors consider is that immediately after he's taken into custody, he's able to tell the police, yep, I'm acting by myself, and by the way, I have bombs at my apartment. They'd asked if he'd had any with him. He says, just at my apartment. They take him in to custody. They put him in a room and they use bags to cover up his hands so that they can preserve something called gunshot residue. And sitting there, seemingly bored, he begins to tap out the techno music that he had pumping through his headphones that he wore under his gas mask and helmet as he pumped rounds into that theater. They also consider that after that, he sits down with two other law enforcement officers and he gives them a detailed accounting of how he has set up his apartment, how he has booby-trapped that apartment to catch fire and to cause injury and damage. They'll also consider what happened after he got to the jail, right out here at the Arapahoe County Jail. For 4 months, from July to November of 2012, on no medications whatsoever, he is, in essence, like every other inmate. He sends things called kites, requests on a computer. He complains about the food. He asks for specific books. He asks for contact lens cleaning fluid. And then at about November of 2012, as we head into the holiday season, he stops eating and drinking, and he sends himself into a delirium that likely exacerbates whatever else he has going on. And there's video you'll probably get to see, of him climbing up onto the bed in his cell and standing there for a while and then sort of falling off the bed, and you'll have to decide what that looked like to you. You're also going to get to see this. It's what everyone's called the notebook, a computation book, a workbook. There's a lot of pages, a lot of handwritten pages. And what you're going to notice is that this book was intended for someone else. It was intended for these three: Goober, Chrissy, and Bobo. Goober is the family affectionate name for his mother. Chrissy, his sister. Bobo, the affectionate name for his dad. But he doesn't end up sending it to them. But he knows it's going to get out there. Other things that you'll see is that he goes through pages talking about what is the meaning of life, what is the meaning of death, and he goes through a philosophical discussion of sorts. He even lists things that he perceives are wrong with his body. He also talks about his long-standing hatred of mankind. And we'll see more of this too. He goes into a detailed analysis of how to attack that theater. Now, there is an expert that was handpicked by the defense named Raquel Gore, and she came and met with the defendant for about 13 hours, and based off of that, determined that he was insane. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the statements that the defendant made to her. Now, there's another handpicked doctor by the defendant named Woodcock. Unclear to me yet how he'll show up here, but he met with the defendant for like 2 hours shortly after he was put in the Arapahoe County Jail, and then wrote a report a month ago today and said he supported Dr. Gur's opinions. I don't know if we'll hear from him. The issue is the diagnosis. Even though you have these two doctors from the state, both saying, yes, yeah, he has a serious mental illness, like bipolar, like PTSD, like anorexia. He was sane. But what they don't agree upon is, what is that diagnosis? This book right here is this DSM-5. It's this American Psychiatric Association book, and we're going to get to know this a lot better. It contains all of these diagnoses. Here's what's interesting, right? Here's what you're going to hear. The first version of this had 60 things to diagnose. This version, over 400, including things like tobacco dependency. They can't decide on what it is. Is it something called schizotypal personality disorder? And they'll talk to you about that. Some thinks it's schizoaffective disorder. Dr. Gur thinks it's schizophrenia. They disagree about whether it's even a psychotic thing. They talk about delusions, and there's some discussion about what is a delusion and does it apply. A delusion, according to this book, is a fixed belief that is not amenable to change despite conflicting evidence. Now, examples of that, classic examples from that book, could be believing that someone is possessed by a demon and you're not killing them, you're killing a demon. Others might be, if you don't act to do whatever this horrible thing is, California would break off and slip into the ocean. Those are the kinds of delusions that this book talks about. But here, the delusions that the doctors who say he has one say, that he would make himself feel better by killing people. His other delusion, that he would increase his self-worth by killing people. That's what you'll hear. The reason we can't all have the same opinion as to a diagnosis, that all of these doctors with this inexacting science, is in part due to the fact that he doesn't say the same thing to the same person about what's going on. Here's an example. He talks about increasing his self-worth with Dr. Metzner. He says, here's how it works, Doc. There's a number of people killed. It's based on your own perceptions of what life is worth, and the value is also based upon that person's contribution to society. He says children are worth more than other people because they have the rest of their life to live. With Dr. Reed, though, it's more like a point system. He doesn't talk about varying values between people. Instead, by the time he talks to Dr. Reed, this fixed false belief has become, you could say a millionaire was more important than a homeless person, but he didn't do that. I just attribute it to an intrinsic value of the person is worth one. A child is one, an adult is one. The president, a homeless person, each worth one. What does he think about the injured? What does he tell Dr. Reed the value of the injured are?
Do the wounded count in your worth in that way of thinking about things, or not?
I only count fatalities.
Okay. So is there a difference in the way you think about the wounded and the way you think about the deceased, about the dead?
Yes.
And what are the two ways that you think about it?
What are the two?
What are the two ways? What are the ways you think about the dead versus the way you think about the wounded?
Well, the dead can't be repaired or come back to life or be normal again. So it's irreversible.
And what I heard you say was that that accrues to something positive for you.
Right.
Okay. What about the wounded?
They're like collateral damage, I guess.
Collateral damage. His goal, he told Dr. Reed, was to kill as many people as possible. But to the handpicked psychiatrist, he says, well, I thought I might wound some, but I didn't know I would actually kill anyone. He also tells her things that he tells no one else. He tells her, according to her, that he thinks a master power had taken over, that the world was coming to an end, that others would be grateful to him for killing them, for helping them to die before the inevitable catastrophe. He says he can rid them of their problems and put them out of their misery, and that taking action in the way he did would actually lead others to do the same. But to Dr. Metzner, never says any of that. Dr. Reed never says any of that. To Dr. Gurr says he said he picked the movie theater as the place to conduct this massacre because he liked movies. Well, Dr. Metzner asked him, and he told Dr. Metzner he chose to do a mass murder because of the maximum casualties. It was easily performed with firearms, although primitive in nature. And when Dr. Metzner says, well, that's different than what you told Dr. Gurr, his answer was, things change over time. When he's pushed farther by Dr. Metzner, he just doesn't have any more explanation. Dr. Gurr writes in her report that he used the phrase at least 6 times in quotes, that this was the result of a call to action. A call to action. When he meets with Dr. Metzner, he says, I never said that. I've never used that phrase. And it's never mentioned to Dr. Reed. What he tells Dr. Metzner is he feels bad before he does this because he's lost his purpose in life. He had a breakup with his girlfriend. He had poor lab rotations, which we'll talk about, and poor overall graduate school experience. He tells Dr. Reed he's a moral relativist. You just decide for yourself what you think is right and what's wrong. He says there are no concrete, absolute set of moral standards. It's contrived by the individual. The other thing that these doctors considered in finding him sane was his background. He has had a lifetime worth of social anxiety. What you saw on that screen, this is how this guy presents. Flat affect, not a huge range of emotion, but smart and witty, but more so in written communication. Verbally, to strangers, in groups, he's stilted, stunted. But in writing, he sounds like a different person. He sounds like someone who's very engaging. He graduates Mesa Verde Middle School with a pretty high GPA. But he says in this notebook that he writes, since about that time, I had this long-standing hatred of mankind. He also said he's had the obsession to kill since he was a kid. He sees a social worker, a therapist named Mel Lipsy, he and his whole family for about a year. It's family therapy, and family thinks it's going to work, and at the end of it, he thinks that maybe this guy has some sort of an adjustment disorder. They just moved from up north in California down to San Diego. He writes in his workbook about Mel Lipsy, and he says, hey, it was family therapy, but you know what? I didn't reveal anything because I didn't want to appear weak in front of my family members. And after that, he says, I decided to dedicate my life to killing others. Westview High School down in the southern part of California in San Diego, again, great grades. He takes the SAT, and although his reading scores are okay, man, his math skills are phenomenal. He goes to UC Riverside and he discovers his purpose in life. He's going to be a scientist. He wants to get a PhD. His dad has one. And he does well. High honors, not in political science, in neuroscience, the study of the brain and disorders. And he rocks it. Nearly a 4.0. He takes the GRE, and his verbal scores and math scores are incredible. Put him at the top of the list. So he applies, right? He applies to graduate schools, and he is rejected. He gets one interview, and he thinks that interview went poorly, and that's why he didn't get picked. So what does he do post-rejection for the year before CU? Doesn't know what his purpose is. So he goes and lives at home. He sleeps and plays video games all day. His parents push him to get a job, so he does, working at a pill coating factory from about 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. every day. His parents continue to push him and prod him to reapply to graduate school, and he does. And this time he gets interviews. He gets interviews at Iowa, at Illinois, at Colorado. And he still presents poorly. He presents as aloof, as quiet. They perceive him to be disinterested, not a good fit for their program. In fact, you'll hear some of the people that interviewed him said, oh, don't take this guy. Do not take this guy under any circumstances. But he does get accepted by Illinois and CU. And he makes the decision to pick the University of Colorado because they offer him more financial aid. And now he's got his purpose back. He's going to be a scientist and get that PhD. He gets into the neuroscience program at CU. This thing is competitive. It is hard to get into. They take 6 people each year at most, and he's one of them. Here's how this program works. There are classes, just like any other college program in the fall and spring, and this is where he does remarkably well. If there are books to read, things to regurgitate, a syllabus, things that he can be told to master and print out again, he does great. That's only about half of this program. The other half are lab rotations. You get 3 in 1 year. And those 3 rotations are a chance for you not only to learn something, but you are courting a lab that is going to be the gatekeeper for you getting that PhD. Because in essence, at the end of that first year, one of those 3 labs has to accept your proposal of academic marriage, for lack of a better term to describe it. And if you don't have one, you can't continue in the program. So he has these 3. Occam Klug, Mark Delacqua, and Kurt Fried, all experts in their field, all incredibly qualified. His grades in the classes, he does great. This is the average for those 6 super smart students. In the spring, his GPA actually increases. And again, this is the average for these super smart students they've taken from across the country. He comes to school early, anxious to get out of mom and dad's house. He starts working in Occam Klug's lab. He then takes him as his first rotation, and I'll let them try to describe what it is they were trying to study about the brain, because honestly, I don't know what it is. There are emails that will help us understand what this guy was doing during the course of the year leading up to this massacre. There are Google chats that will help us know what he was doing, because he's different in writing. And then there's his coursework. Hey, Bobo, he says, optimistic. I might need money for a home for Holmes, talking about himself, probably starting in the new year. He's optimistic things will go well. Goober, his mom, they email back and forth throughout this about weather, earthquakes, tornadoes, fires, snow, and you'll see that. In September of 2011, they email back and forth, and that's what you need to know is they don't talk much on the phone at all. They communicate by email. That's where he's most comfortable. Classes are going okay, exams are take home. That's kind of weird. Before we get out of September, I want to talk to you about another man, Gordon Cowden. Gordon's a 51-year-old single father, 4 kids. He's got two still at home, two teenage daughters. He's a business owner, a real estate appraiser. And in July of 2012, he was the kind of father that would still take his teenage daughters to a midnight showing of a big hit premiere. Caleb Medley. Caleb Medley is an aspiring comedian, and he's good at it. And he comes to the theater on July 20th, 2012 with a friend and his 9-month pregnant wife. He continues to email his mom and his dad, hey, all is well here. And he sees a girl in class, and he starts flirting with her. Hey, girl, got my number? Can I have yours? And so a relationship begins. It will be the first love of his life. It will be the first sexual experience of his life. Now he has something more for a purpose, not just a scientist, but maybe something else. It's October. He continues to email. School is going well. He talks about his lab work. When he Google chats with his girlfriend, and this is how they communicate a ton when they're not together. They talk about things like Keanu Reeves and Tom Cruise and Anchorman. Continuing to email mom and dad, things are going well. Back to his girlfriend, they have conversations that PhD neuroscience and computer science people have. They talk about a gerbil that he had to sacrifice that he named Lucifer. And you'll hear they talk about a lot of other things too. Cannibalism. He emails back to mom and dad talking about he's going to spend Thanksgiving with a bunch of his peeps and my gal. He gives his first presentation, and remember this isn't his strong suit here, on November 21st, 2011. And he gets an evaluation from a guy named Sukumar, cannot pronounce that last name. But he goes by Suk, and he'll come in here and talk to you about this. He's the director for this program. He does okay on some things. That green is good, yellow is something to work on, red is bad. And he gets some greens. But you know what? He also gets yellows on the things that are most important to being a lab scientist. Quality of data. The use of his time. He actually says this guy needs to work on his speaking skills and appear more interested in communicating with the audience. So that social anxiety is coming back to haunt him as it had all through his upbringing. He was that guy that appeared in the back of pictures. He was that guy that was on cross country but never really hung out with anyone or talked to anyone. He had a small group of friends, and that was it. And here he is now, second chance to get that scientist thing. And he's running into the same thing. First rotation evaluation from Malcolm Klug, again, some good things. He's done some strong work, but now there's some cautionary things. He dedicated the appropriate time. That's an effort issue right there. Used his time effectively. But he's still got something good in his life. It's his girlfriend. And he continues to Google chat her. What's up, Buttercup? Start my new lab today. I could be a little bit more excited, but maybe I'll stay with this lab. These are good peeps. He emails back and forth to his mom. His second rotation is going to be with Dr. Mark Delacqua, and this one will be a crippler. This one did not go well at all. In December, he's emailing back and forth to his dad about just mundane things. Farah Soudani went to this movie theater on July the 20th as part of a group of 10. They sat in about the 12th row up here. And you'll get a chance to see this, I promise. 10 people, co-workers from Red Robin, and they went for the premiere because it was someone's birthday. And that person who had the birthday was someone that loved superheroes. Alex Sullivan. He was a big guy. His friends called him Sully. He was also part of that group of 10 that worked at Red Robin and that came to the theater for the same thing. He loves superheroes. When the Superman trailer starts, he stands up and throws his arms up in the air and yells, "Yeah!" July the 20th, 2012 was his 27th birthday, and they were all there for him. In January of 2012, he's still reporting back home. Things are good. He'd been working out all along, but now we take a look to see he's good for 1 to 2 times a week of working out, like anybody else. He emails his mom, lab's fine, things are going fine. He asks his girl out on a date. They talk about serial killer dreams. They talk about all sorts of interesting things. But they also talk about the fear of failure. This is her. He asks her, are you afraid of failing? She says, no, I'm not really. And he says, look, even if you do, you'll still get a good job with your master's. His girlfriend's in computer science. She can go anywhere. But what she reveals to him is what he already knows. And he says it. I, on the other hand, I'd be SOL. And she says, you're right. Your biology. PhD is the norm for you to be successful in that field. They talk about things like making a cyborg. He has a meeting set up with Suk, the guy that evaluated him for the first rotation. He comes back to report to his girlfriend. You know what it was about? It was about his social anxiety. It was about his inability to communicate well. He says, my advisor says I need to jump in with both feet, can't tiptoe in. It was an analogy for being more social in discussions. And this is a revelation for him. Science appears to have shifted from guys working alone in a dark room to something far more social. He says to her, you're going to go see The Rapist, and that is a reference to a Saturday Night Live skit with Alex Trebek. If you didn't see it, combine The and Rapist together is Therapist, and talking about a therapist that she was seeing. And they joke around about that. He talks about being sick. You have the magic touch of healing. They joke about psychotic delusions. He writes back to home, things are going well. Pretty much made up my mind, this lab isn't the one for me, I'm going to try for the first one. He keeps sending in exams, and these things, and you'll see them, are wicked smart, super smart, and he's doing great at them. By February of 2012, continuing to email mom and dad about the mundane, an iPhone, the weather. He works out at 24 Hour Fitness a couple times a week. He talks to his mom about Valentine's Day. He's going to cook for his girlfriend. He says, I got that iPhone we talked about. He sends in attachments and work with these things. I can't even tell you what they mean. That's how smart they are. But he's sending in his work, and he's sending it in on time. He says, Valentine's Day was great. Candlelight, gave some carnations to my girl. He then keeps sending in his homework, and everything is about the same, ongoing. His second rotation presentation and evaluation, however, do not go well. He gets some good marks for professionalism, but then it goes bad. He can't conduct research. His oral communication needs significant help. He spent the appropriate amount of time and commitment on these programs. These are not good scores. He talks to his girl through Google Chat and says, looks like I won't be joining that lab. And this will be a recurring theme for the next several months. He can't stop talking about this. I didn't complete the main project. The professor got pissed off, gave me a B. She says that sucks. On the other hand, you still have that first lab. You sort of like that one. You might be able to go there. And right after that, they break up. She says, I don't see a future with you. And she leaves him, and he's devastated. He tells his dad, hey, I finished up my second lab. Professor got peeved. I can't join his lab. She broke up with me. It hasn't exactly been the best of time. Doesn't know what his purpose is anymore. March of 2012, he joins a third rotation, his last chance, Kurt Fried. His mom emails him about, again, mundane things. Here's a funny movie. Check it out on Netflix. He says, sure. He works out 2 times a week in the post-breakup situation. He tells his mom, this situation's gotten complex because she doesn't want to see me, but we're sort of doing the friends with benefits thing now. I try to do my complete disassociation, but we're somewhere between friends and a relationship. He says in his notebook that this was when he lost his last battle with biology, his last great battle of falling in love. A.J. Boyk. A.J. Boyk was 18. A.J. Boyk was getting ready to start college on Saturday. after July the 20th. He wanted to be a ceramics teacher. He was an aspiring artist. And on July 20th, 2012, he went to the movies, which he loved doing, with his fiancée, La Samoa. And they took this picture from the theater just before it went dark. Alexander Teves was 24. He had just graduated the University of Denver with his master's degree. He had been interning at a place where he worked as a counselor dealing with mental health issues for juveniles. He went to the movie with his fiancée and friend. He is the oldest son of 3, of Tom and Karen Teves. In March of 2012, just a few months before this, he's doing great in school. He's getting praise from professors for his performance on the schoolwork, classroom stuff. He files his taxes both in Colorado and in California dutifully and on time. He says he even got a refund of $131, claimed himself as a dependent. But that month, after the deterioration of his performance in labs and his girlfriend, he seeks out some counseling from the school-provided service. And by the way, that is not unusual for this stressful program and these high-strung people. He sees Margaret Roth on Friday, March 16th. He goes to her and says his chief concern is trouble with public speaking. He has anxiety around other people. He has anxiety taking initiative with people, but not when he's at home by himself. No anxiety. He said his girlfriend doesn't want a long-term relationship with him. In fact, technically, she's no longer his girlfriend. He says, in response to her questions through this 40-minute process, no, I'm not suicidal, but I've had some thoughts of killing people. Now, Margaret's going to tell you that is not the first time any student has come to her and said they had homicidal ideations, and that's what it's called. So she asks further. That's important. He says, no, I don't have any specific targets, no specific plans, no delusions, no hallucinations. She thinks he has normal cognition, and he doesn't want to say anymore. She concludes that at that time he's not dangerous. He wants to see a psychiatrist. He wants to continue with some treatment. That's stable. He's staying in the school program. That's stable. He tells Dr. Lynn Fenton, the psychiatrist he ultimately sees, he's the most anxious guy I've ever seen. She thinks maybe he's got an obsessive-compulsive disorder. After this, he goes out, St. Patty's Day, goes with his ex-girlfriend, and there's an incident. At that bar they go to, a guy comes up to talk to his ex-girlfriend, and he confronts the guy and says, hey, that's my girlfriend. She sees it, and outside the bar tells him, I am not your girlfriend. But he emails back to mom 3 days later, spring break was fun, good time. Went to an Irish bar on St. Patty's Day. With Dr. Lynn Fenton, he gets up with her a couple days later. He says his girlfriend broke up with him a couple weeks ago. He has anxiety around people. He then declares, I don't have relationships with people. People have relationships with me. When she asks him about his comments to Margaret Roth, he says, listen, people are my problem. The only solution to that is if I could kill everybody, but that can't happen. So that's not even a realistic solution. But she asks more questions to determine what risk he poses. He denies any self-mutilation or suicide, denies having a plan, denies a target. He appears not currently dangerous and agrees to take some medications and to come back. She thinks he has a social phobia, maybe OCD. She tells Dr. Metzner he displayed an angry and hateful perception of humanity throughout their 5 times together, and that it had been present for a long time. She prescribes Klonopin, sertraline for the OCD and social phobia, and considers an anti-psych drug, but he doesn't want to take it because he says it might sedate me too much. He puts down in his journal here what's going on in his head. He cannot tell them, and he calls them the mind rapists, his plan. Because if he does, both his normal life, the one we know about, and his ideal enactment of working on his homicidal ideations, both of those would be lost if he came clean with them about what he was thinking. He says he doesn't want to build a false sense of rapport and that he's going to continue to try to deflect any incriminating questions from them. And he wouldn't be more candid with Dr. Fenton. He wouldn't tell them, he tells Dr. Metzner, he wouldn't tell them that he had a planned attack and what he was going to do, because she'd have locked me up and I wouldn't have been able to kill people. He talks to his girl some more, and in this particular conversation, he brings up this issue of, I don't know what to do. I might play Skyrim. It's a video game. But I don't know if that's helpful. She says you should play video games. Screw the world. I mean, do something that you want to do that's fun. She knows he's been having a tough time. This is what she says here. He says, well, look, what I really want to do, I can't do because it's evil. She says, well, and he says, I can't do that. Well, what do you feel like doing? Video games are the next best thing. They're escapism. What's so evil that you want to do? And you know what he says? Kill people, of course. She thinks this is just theoretical based on all of these other conversations they have, so she engages him. Killing people's too much effort. You'll end up locked up. Most people aren't worth the effort. He says, well, that's why you kill many people. Again, she thinks it's theoretical, and they continue to have a conversation. He invokes justice, saying taking away someone's time or life. And in fact, if you wait to kill to the end of your life, then there's nothing to lose. They begin to have a conversation about the value of life. And he says, what's more valuable than life? If you take that away, you take away everyone's experiences and all of their potential. And she asks about that, and he talks about it being human capital. And she says, what is human capital? What do you do with that human capital from having taken away people's lives? And he says, have a more meaningful life. And she doesn't get it. How does that work? And he can't explain it to her other than saying, this is what he wants to do. She says, it may satisfy you, but it doesn't fulfill your purpose. He says, but it'll still make my life more meaningful. And she still thinks this is just a theoretical conversation. She says, I don't see how it's useful. She confronts him and says, it's not like by killing people, you get the benefit of anything from them. You're not stronger. You're just taking away life, and that seems like destruction. And he says, look, I don't believe in absolute good or evil. She says, well, if that's the case, why don't you kill me and Ben, their mutual friend, who wronged him, she, by breaking up with him? Why don't you do that? He says, I told you I can't do that. If I did that, I'd get caught, and I couldn't kill more people. I'd also lose the rest of my life. He says that it's a circle, a tautology, saying that the meaning of life is to live. He recognized that long ago. But you know what he's missing? A purpose. A purpose. He says, I'm not inherently evil. My outlook on destroying life is only plan B. I do have a plan for good. And she asks, what's your purpose for good? And he says, are you sure you want to know? You don't just want to find out? And then she says, hey, can we continue talking about this later? Because it's just theory. Ben's coming to pick me up. He responds with, Ait, you want to come play some Dom? That's a board game that they play at his house, that they've all played for a long time now. She says, I got some things to do, but after that we can. And that conversation is left like all the others. He then jumps right back into the schoolwork. He asks for after-hours badge access for his work. He talks to one of the lab assistants about coming in early, to his dad about a Roth IRA. He comes back into the cell. He's looking at cells. It's now April. He tells his mom, not much new going on. Working on some cells, doing some stuff with neurons. He continues to work out. And then on April 2nd, he picks up the phone or texts or G-chats his girlfriend and says, I can't just be friends anymore. And she says, okay, and it ends. April 3rd, he sits through a class on schizophrenia, an overview. He then fills out a mock grant proposal for a teacher who will rave about it. He's going to receive a grade of A because he passed some other class. 8 out of 8, exclamation point, nice work. On April the 9th, he seeks in-state tuition. And now another possible relationship. And what he's going to do is reach out to another woman in his class and start flirting with her. And she's going to tell you that he's different in text and one-on-one than when they were back in school. He reaches out to her on April 9th. Hey, it's Jimmy James from neuroscience. He says, you sick of Del Aqua yet? That's the professor that harshed on him in that second rotation. He's always lingering way too long. She says, how do you like it? He says, no bueno. He got pissed at me. I got a lower grade than everyone else in the rotation. Couldn't get the main experiment to work. He's still harping on that. He just goes off and quotes random shit that's not relevant, like he's reading it. She responds and he says, yep, hopefully I can still join Occam. That's that first rotation he's counting on joining to become a PhD. On April 12th, he takes another class on schizophrenia. On the 17th of April, he goes to see Lynn Fenton again, and he's guarded with her. He denies any suicidal thoughts. He refuses to talk to her about any homicidal thoughts. He seems to get upset with her because she won't share with him her ideas on the purpose of life. She now has concerns that they have a tentative therapeutic relationship. She says, hey, can I bring in someone else? Maybe this person will help. You'll have a better relationship with them. She still thinks he has a social phobia. She's not sure if he's got psychotic level thinking, but seems stable every other aspect. No evidence of an imminent threat. On April 18th, he renews his lease on his apartment for another 6 months. 32 days later, he would try to make his first purchase for a handgun. April 19th, needing that relationship, he goes to Match.com. That costs money. And it's important to know about the 3 methods of payment that he had for different things. First and foremost, he had a checking account and a Visa debit card out of that same account from Point Loma in California Credit Union. His parents are co-owners of that account and have access to it. Also has a USAA MasterCard that his parents do not co-own and do not have access to. And then he has a PayPal account that only he has access to. For the Point Loma checking and Visa, he uses it to buy the ordinary things for life. Gas, going to Target, King Soopers, ATM. He pays off his PayPal debts, he's linked it. He gets transfers from the Holmes family for money they give him, deposits for his stipend for grad school, and he pays off his USAA MasterCard from there. He also writes his rent check from there, and he dutifully hand delivers it to the leasing agency every single month on time or early. In this particular case for Match.com, he uses the MasterCard. Back to school, he continues to submit all of these great exams. He then reaches out on the 23rd of April to that same girl in class and says, why you gotta distract me with those short shorts, making Carl, the professor of that class, call me out. He then works on lowering his data usage on his phone to keep the Verizon Wireless account afloat. They talk a lot by text, he and this girl who you will meet. And he ends up revealing to her, in my third lab, I don't have any data yet, so I'm not going to be able to do a presentation. And she says, haha, that's not good. She says, I can't wait for summer. He says, me too. We should go hiking sometime, he says. And she agrees. They talk about camping. He asks if she'll go hiking this Saturday. Again, completely different to people in writing. How about Golden Gate Canyon Park? Sure. Pick you up at 1 o'clock from the lab on Saturday. They talk about getting a house if prelims go well. She asks, do you think that they won't go well? And he says, I'm completely in the dark as for preparing, because there's no syllabus. There's no book. It's just, there's the whole year, and we'll ask you questions about it. She says, yeah, me too. I hope I pass. It's now May. His dad tells him, job market's really tough. You should stay in school if you can do it. He writes back and says, hey, I asked out a new lady friend. We went on a hike, and it was pretty fun. She'll say it was okay, but she wasn't looking for anything more. He then emails his dad and says, school's boring. Seems like it's a degree factory. He gets a fantastic score from his presentation that he submitted. By far the best response. This is the classroom written work grant proposal class. He continues to work out at 24-Hour Fitness. He sees Lynn Fenton again on May the 1st. He says his girlfriend is going through 5 stages of grief, that she's in depression now. He says, but now I'm with another girl, and that's not true. That's dangerous because she is in his neuroscience program, with 6 of them. He says they went on a date hiking, but his biology betrayed him, his allergies. And he says that she liked him first because I don't approach people. He said relationships with others usually last about 4 months before I cut them off. He said his lab experiment is not working, says he'll have to make up some bullshit to get through the class. He's got comps in June, the big end of the year oral boards. And then he has to pick a lab. And then again he brings up that second lab rotation, said don't bother, not a good fit. Lynn Fenton asks him if it'd be okay if they have this other doc now to come into sessions. And he says, well, if you do that, it'll just be to lock me up. She says no. He tentatively agrees. And as he leaves and they continue to work with the same medications, she thinks he's got OCD, maybe social phobia. Back to this other girl that he's flirting with. He then references to her the same thing he'd mentioned to the prior girlfriend. It would be sweet if neuroscience had an area for just theory and not have to do experiments like in physics, because he's not good at them. She talks about her performance and the data she's gotten. He says, Lucky's no data yet. I have no idea what I'm going to present. But he's got a new purpose. He's going to make a plan. You're going to get to see all the parts of this notebook, every page. And what you'll see is he begins to hatch a plan for how he will kill people to make himself feel better. He first thinks about bombs, but he says, no. He says it's too regulated and too suspicious. He thinks about biological warfare, but says that it requires too much knowledge and chemicals. He thinks about serial murder. And he thinks that he's going to do it with a taser, a stun gun that's shaped like a cell phone, and a folding knife. And he'll do it on national forest trails. And recovered from him, after this case, a cell phone stun gun and a folding knife. He did more than consider it. He talks about serial murder, but he says, you know what, it's too personal. There's too much evidence. Easily caught, and you know what, not enough kills. So now he thinks about mass murder. And he says, maximum casualties. Only you can perform it easily with firearms, and that's primitive in nature, but that's all right. He wants to do it. He talks more. He says, well, being caught, about 99% chance. He says he doesn't have any fear of the consequences. He thinks about where will he do this? How about an airport? No, there's substantial security there. There's also the relationship issues that he's had, and his performance in school have acted as a bit of a catalyst for him to get this done. He also says that it's too tied to terrorism, and he doesn't want anyone concluding that this act of mass murder was based on terrorism, because that's not the message. The message is, there is no message. This is just how his mind has been, he says, for 15 years. So he plans on the Cinemark 16, that century, because it's isolated, because it's proximal, close to where he lives, about 4 miles away, and it's large. What better place to case and plan for mass murder than an inconspicuous entertainment facility, he says. And so he starts to map out the theater in detail, not just the building and the roads out on the side there, which are accurate, but inside too, the different theaters. And he begins to assess them. He talks about the best approach, the best theaters, and he criticizes the ones that have too many exits. Avoid that one. Theater number 10 he likes a lot, 3 stars. He says it's a primary target. There's only 2 exits. Excellent spatial approach. Medium size. You can see here he looks at other theaters too, 12, and he continues to talk about the good features, that there's only 2 exits. 4 exits, 2 visible, avoid that one. He will not be deterred. He uses the word attack to describe his approach to do this. Here are some of the pros of some of these theaters. That you can lock the double doors, causing increasing casualties. He tells Dr. Reed that there's these double doors in the theater, and you could lock them by having handcuffs connected to each handle. These were taken right by him after the shooting on July the 20th, and they match a set in his apartment. He talks about the cons, and the cons typically are about situations where he can't kill enough, too many escapees. And you will get to go through all of these theaters in detail. He decides to start at either theater 10 or 9, and sure enough, the theater where it happens is theater 9. He also told Dr. Metzner that he'd been researching other mass shootings like Columbine because he wanted to see what the police response times were and how much ammo he would need. And sure enough, in the book, he estimates that his proximity to the Aurora Police Department was such that they would get there in about 3 minutes, and he had to do something about that. He says he's going to give in to his desire for hatred of mankind, an intense aversion of people that has existed for a long time. Hatred unchecked. Now, having made the decision to do this, he needs to conduct research. And what does he tell us in his notebook he wants to research? Firearms laws and mental illness. He wants to buy a handgun. That's when he knows he'll be committed. And a shotgun, an AR-15, another handgun. The wild card for this, explosives. The best kind to get are the easy ones to get, least conspicuous, gasoline and oil. And he needs to get a remote detonation system. He needs body armor too. He's afraid of pain. He also needs to go and learn how to use these weapons. He settles on Byers Canyon. He says the last escape is mass murder at the movies. He describes his planning to Dr. Reed as meticulous, and he says that word twice. First thing he does is he goes online and he starts looking at tear gas, because tear gas can be used for crowd control in a theater. And on May 10th, he buys 2 tear gas grenades. Online, has them shipped to his apartment. There's one that's recovered outside of the theater. The other one was used inside the theater, and we'll talk about how that happened. He also buys himself a gas mask for the exact same reason. And on May the 10th, another online purchase, and has that shipped to his apartment using the USAA MasterCard that Mom and Dad don't own. Here's that gas mask recovered outside the theater, and what you see there dangling from it are Bluetooth headphones that he has put in his ears and cranked up his techno music to the maximum level so that he doesn't have to hear what's going on in the theater as he's pulling the trigger. He tries to get a gun. He reaches out to a federal firearms licensed dealer and says, hey, look, I'd like to get this gun, this Glock 34 tactical, practical pistol, and have it shipped to somewhere near me. He tries to buy it online because it's cheaper online, even if it's unsuccessful. Mother's Day, phone call to Mom, and it seems normal. Jessica Gowie was 24. She was an aspiring newscaster, sportscaster, and she came to Colorado to do an internship. Her goal was to cover hockey because her boyfriend, who lived in Canada, was a hockey player. And on this particular day, July 20th, 2012, a friend of hers from out of town, from Texas, had come in, and at the last minute they decided, let's go see the Batman premiere. Ashley Mosier. July 19th, 2012 was a special day for Ashley. Ashley had gone to the doctor and found out through an ultrasound that she was 3 months pregnant. Her 6-year-old daughter, Veronica, had been at home being babysat by 2 13-year-old girls. Came home that night, shared the exciting news. They celebrated with a pizza party. And then someone brought up the idea of going to see the Batman premiere, and all the girls wanted to go. And you know what? On this day, Mom said, okay. And so they headed off to the theater. Veronica was 6 at the time, in between kindergarten and first grade. Back in May of 2012, now only about a couple months before this, he starts his 3rd lab rotation presentation, and he does okay. Still very complicated stuff. He sends in his neurodevelopment evaluation and his test. Still, again, performing all the functions of a student. Dr. Fenton wants to see him again. He emails her back, why do we need to meet if you can just phone in the prescription? He doesn't want to go meet her because he keeps thinking that she's going to find out what he's up to. He tells his mom, hey, I finished the quarter, on to lab selections. He tells his dad prelims, the big end of the year tests, are June the 7th. On the 22nd of May, he goes to Gander Mountain and using that credit card, buys his first handgun. It's a .40 caliber Glock, and that's him going in the store to buy it. It's the gun they would recover from the roof of the car, the one he fired in the theater. He says, I got the .40 cal because it has more stopping power than the 9mm. That's why I picked that one. Dr. Reed says, what was that picture or thought or fantasy in your head about where you'd use it when you bought it? And he says, just in a mass murder situation. He got familiar with the guns by taking them apart in his apartment and putting them back together to see how they work. He bought firearms-related equipment over time in order to avoid suspicion. Some things he'd buy online, some things he'd buy in person. And you'll see he bounces around the stores all around him to do that. He sends an email on May the 25th to Occam Klug, that first lab rotation guy, the one that he's going to get that's going to help him get that PhD. I'd love to join your lab. I hope you agree. He emails back, James, I got to admit, I got some concerns. And he doesn't take it. On May the 28th, shortly after that email, 2 days, he goes and buys a 12-gauge shotgun using that USAA MasterCard from a different store than he bought the handgun. That's the one he uses, holds 6 rounds. He gets it, he tells Dr. Metzner, because it's optimal to use in a theater for killing people. May 31st, he goes now for a 4th appointment with Dr. Fenton, but this time, with his agreement, she's brought in Robert Feinstein. Now, Robert Feinstein is a guy who's not only more experienced in psychiatry than Dr. Fenton is, he has a particular experience and expertise in violence and suicide assessment. And so he sits down and takes charge of this meeting and talks with him. This scale, this score that's used, this guy helped implement it in New York. If there's an article written about Vasa, he's one of the authors. This guy tells him he hates sheeple, a combination of sheep and people, and shepherds. In response to questions, he says he's been reading Nietzsche, Kaczynski, and the Tylenol terrorist. But he denies suicidal thoughts, he denies having any targets, and he agrees to come back for more counseling, which is a sign of stability, as well as his ongoing performance in class. Dr. Feinstein says, would you consider taking an antipsychotic drug maybe later? But he won't agree. He says, I'm not studying for prelims. He says, I've been playing video games about 100 hours for the past 2 weeks. And in response to their questioning, he says, but you know what, I'm prepared enough. I know what I'm doing. I've done this before. I'll be fine. And they schedule a visit for June the 11th, 2012. And now it's June. James, how's studying going? I still don't really know what to study because it's not like a class. But he continues to work out at 24-Hour Fitness, continues to shop for food, and do all the other things. He even emails the video game people and says, hey, can you roll back my account so that I can get a little more time playing the video games? He buys those handcuffs we showed on June the 6th using that USAA credit card, the one he's going to use to lock the double doors to increase the casualties. Online, he begins to research tire puncturing devices, and this is what he finds. These are screen captures from his computer. And sure enough, he buys them on June the 6th in case I had to get away in a pursuit. He also buys a first aid dressing. That's if I got shot, because he knows what he's going to do will get people to want to shoot him. On June 7th, he does the prelims. He goes in, and he doesn't do well. He texts back and forth to the girl. She says, oh my God, I'm done with prelims. He says, oh my God, I'm done with prelims. How'd things go? He says, I think I got about 50% of the questions right. She thinks he's joking. He then starts to take on one of the professors, Carl Fenninger, and says, hey, did he ask you about what this answer was? And she says, sure. And then he's pissed off. He said, yeah, I thought vesicles too, which is the right answer. But he just jumped in, started giving me a lecture. Later that day, he would go to Gander Mountain, not the one near his house, but up in Thornton, to buy an AR-15 assault rifle. And that's him by the counter taking a look at it. Another view. There it is by the theater. He then gets an email 2 days later from Suk saying, hey, listen, there's concerns regarding your performance on these prelims. You're going to have to take them again. We need to talk about this. Right after that, he emails his dad, who wants to know how they've gone. Not much news here. He emails his mom about the weather. There was some hail. Tornado didn't really touch down here. That girl and he begin talking again through text. Did you pass the prelims? No. I'm probably going to quit. She's like, stop, that can't be true. Really? I'm being serious. He says, I'm being James, playfully. He says, I'm quitting. Fave red, because she has red hair, favorite red hair. Best of luck to you. He then decides he's going to quit, and he goes see Suk, and he says, I think I'm going to withdraw. Suk sends him an email and says, you know what, I'm disappointed, but as you've indicated, it's in your best interest to leave the program. That's it. No PhD, no scientist. And what he later tells Dr. Reed is he's bummed because nobody tried to talk me out of quitting. He then has an appointment, his last appointment with Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein. He announces, I'm quitting. I'm leaving the school. I failed my prelims. I didn't like the program anyway. They begin to do an assessment on him. What risk is he to himself or others? He says he thinks he's going to quit and look for a job. They ask him about his finances, another stressor that could be indicative. And he says, you know what, I don't have any student loan debt. I've got $10,000 in the bank. My parents said they'll support me. Frankly, my lease isn't up till November. I'll at least stick around till then. I'm not going to break that lease. Had his parents' support. And they feel like, okay, he's still stable. But they say, keep coming back. We'd be happy to meet with you. He says, nope, I'm quitting the program, so the insurance is gone. They say, don't worry about that. We'll figure it out. We'd be happy to still see you. And he just gets up and leaves. Apparently twice. So Dr. Fenton calls Suk, thinking this guy's quit the program. If he's got something, a grudge, maybe it's against them. He calls Suk and says, well, what's your perception of this guy? And Suk says, no problems. He's never been a problem here. He's never shown any signs of violence or danger. So she calls his mom and asks, how's this guy growing up? Has he always been this kind of odd and socially weird? And she says, yes, he has. I've been concerned about him my whole life, but he's not violent. He wouldn't do anything. So once they find out, they say, Jimmy, if you want to come back to San Diego, we're very happy to have you back. And after that email, he knows they know. And he says, I didn't pass. Also didn't seem to have a good lab fit. But honestly, I'd prefer not having to move back to home with you, if only as a last resort to homelessness, because he remembers what it was like at home. He then provides them with 2 alternate emails, because he's losing the CU email that they've been emailing him at. June 13th, he starts buying ammunition, and a lot of it. 100 rounds of AR, 40 caliber ammunition, 500 rounds, 25 rounds. He buys hearing protection, so when he goes to the range to learn how to shoot these weapons, he doesn't hurt his ears. He buys 2 40-round magazines. He gets a laser sight, which you find on that gun on the hood of that car. His dad says, I'm wondering, son, you might be eligible for unemployment benefits based on what you were doing at CU. Maybe you should apply. He writes back, thanks, Dad. Glad you're over your cold, and I hope you have a good trip to Monterey. And sure enough, the next day, he applies for unemployment benefits. And he gives answers on these unemployment benefits about why he quit school. He says he sought counseling from student health to make these problems better, but he couldn't. He attempted to change his demeanor to be more socially and be more articulate. However, he couldn't make the change. He's pursuing other interests and has a lack of passion for the research subjects. Lack of interest, duties were too social. He has different perspectives on scientific research. He sends an email to his mom confirming, hey, I sent in the application for unemployment benefits to be a lazy bum. Nothing else new going on. He then starts buying targets 2 days later. He buys laser sights, 10 handgun magazines from Brownells. He buys a right-handed holster. He buys a bullet blocker jacket. He then emails Dad. Hey, there's Dad emails him. We're back from Monterey. I think it takes a few weeks to get unemployment, son. Don't worry. Then his mom emails him and says, hey, I'm taking Spanish this summer. And he responds with an apartment full of all of these implements of death. Hey, that's good news, and responds in Spanish. Hasta la vista, baby, Santiago. They have no reason to suspect anything is going on, and it's 30 days before the massacre. He emails his dad. They denied the claim, Dad. Another failure. Unemployment didn't work out either. He goes to King Soopers to just buy food. And he uses that Point Loma credit card that Mom and Dad can access and see what he's doing. He buys produce, eggs, yogurt, spaghetti, pork chops, all things that are normal that he makes at home. He gets $200 cash. His mom says, have you watched Breaking Bad? He says, yeah, I watched it. It was funny. I thought it was a witty series. Later, he buys a helmet to use to protect him. She asks about fires. He responds, no fires here. He then goes out and buys a case for his rifle and another 1,000 rounds of ammunition here, 500 there, 500 more for the assault rifle, 1,000, 50, 1,000. And then he takes his rent check for June the 29th, the last rent check he'll ever write, and he goes and hand delivers it to the leasing agency without any issue or any concern. He tries to buy ballistic chaps to protect his legs from bullets, but he fails. He ends up being able to get them done a few days later in July. At about the end of June, early July, he dyes his hair red. It has nothing to do at all with the movie or being the Joker. He says, I didn't really have a reason for dyeing my hair, to Dr. Reed. He said, I did it to stand out, I guess, to be like exotic, I guess. He dyed it red because I thought it would look better than green or blue. He then goes on July 1st and buys more food at the King Soopers. In fact, there he is in the lower right-hand corner, hanging out in line, waiting to pay for his food. Later that day, he buys a rifle scope and more ammunition. This is him at the Gander Mountain going to buy it. He continues to work out in July at least a couple times before he goes to perform this massacre. He also then goes to the Byers Canyon Range. On his computer, he has looked up where to go. He picks the Byers shooting range because it's 2.5 hours away. Not suspicious at all. It's unsupervised. He likes that. He goes there about 5 different times, and he talks about buying the specialty earmuffs. He says, I practiced on life-size silhouettes. I would even move side to side to shoot at the targets. I even tried standing up and crouching down a couple times so he could master these weapons. He inserted the magazines and reloaded that and practiced doing that. At the gun range, he'd even put gloves on as well. He would go and practice in each designated area and stay there until he'd exhausted all of his ammunition. But now he had to buy body armor because I wanted to be protected in case it came to a shootout between me and the police. So he starts buying these things. Vests, more magazines, magazine pouch, another knife, ballistic chaps, the ones he couldn't buy before, neck protection, arm protection, Kevlar groin protection. There's 2 pieces to that. By the time he gets into that theater on July the 20th, there is not a millimeter of flesh that isn't covered by some protective armor or piece of clothing. But he also buys some clamps. These clamps that he's going to use for a tablecloth, he manufactures into the device he uses to keep the exit from the theater from locking behind him when he goes out to get dressed in his kill suit with his weapons while the previews are playing. He says he makes his online purchases based on price. He says that the in-store purchases were based on proximity to his apartment. On July the 2nd, he buys some contact lenses. They're black lenses that would make your eye look like it was just all pupil. He tells Dr. Reed, I bought them because I thought they'd look cool. They don't show up until the day of the shooting. Back to King Soopers, he now starts buying a lot of styrofoam cups, Pennzoil motor oil, batteries, in addition to food items. Those are things he'll use to booby trap his apartment. The styrofoam is for napalm. He then goes to a FedEx store to pick up all that ammunition he had purchased that we saw a few days before. Multiple trips in and out of the store without incident. More styrofoam cups on July the 3rd. He starts buying the things he needs for that remote control launch explosive system. These shells, clips, missile tubes, ball shells, fuses, launch control receiver, and expedited shipping. He even goes back and forth in email with the guy that's selling him one of these things, saying, "Are you sure you don't want the battery also?" And he responds after this email saying, "Hey Dad, not much going on here. Have a happy 4th of July." He responds, "You're right. I did want this other device. Thank you." Or on July 4th, this is his last communication with Dad. That S-321 firing system, buys it that day as well. Now, John Larimer was an active duty Navy petty officer, 3rd class. He came to the theater on July the 2nd or July the 20th, 2012 with friends, good friends from the Navy, and one civilian friend. Jesse Childress was in the Air Force, had served in the Army. Both he and John had been working in cryptology at Buckley Air Force Base. He paid for the tickets for his friends. He was a huge superheroes fan. He was going to school at DeVry and had hoped to do something more with his life. More emails confirming the charger and detonation system, and more purchases using PayPal for all the things he'll need to blow up his apartment. On the 5th of July, he asks in his adult friend finder caption, the one that goes apparently across the top, "Will you visit me in prison?" To set up Adult Friend Finder and the other adult dating sites that he uses, he creates a new set of email addresses. His other email addresses had been dsherlockb@hotmail or dsherlockb@gmail. The Sherlock in reference to his name, Holmes. The D and the B mirror images of each other. But now he goes with classic Jimbo. On July the 5th, he uploads this pic to Match.com, and he will later join a couple other sites using that same email address, these same dating sites. One he joins and changes his mind and asks to have it canceled. Adult Friend Finder agrees with his profile, so does hornymatches.com. On the 5th, he submits this picture to Match.com, and then again the next day to Adult Friend Finder. That day, the 6th, he goes out and buys his second handgun, more ammunition, more targets, more supplies. This is him at that store waiting to be served. On July the 7th, he makes his first of 3 ticket purchases. He's trying to get into Auditorium 9, Theater 9, but every time he closes out the purchase, it puts him in Theater 8. This is his first attempt to get Theater 9, and he uses the MasterCard. That girl reaches out to him. "Hey, are you back in California already?" He says to her, with all of that in his apartment. "Nope, still have a couple of months on the Colorado apartment lease." Then he says, "Have you ever met someone with dysphoric mania?" She says no, but she looks it up. She says, "That seems like it's probably manageable." He says, "Look, you should avoid me. I'm bad news bears." She says, "I looked it up. Are you okay?" And he says, "Yep." Then he gets the Bluetooth headphones from Best Buy, the iPod that will play the techno music. On the 11th, he submits this picture to Match.com that he's photoshopped. He tells William Reed, "I kind of felt like that picture would make me look more desirable, seeing me with someone like that." He then changes that profile and his dating headline to, "Will you visit me in prison also?" He also talks about himself in the profile he updates. "I'd prefer listening to you. Talking, not so much. First things people notice about me are typically my soul-penetrating eyes." Wow, that's deep. He talks about thinking about the future. Mind equals blown. He likes to stay at home. watch Netflix. He updates his profile on Adult Friend Finder. Back to the computer, he begins to research window tinting laws in Colorado. What are the limitations? Because then the next day he goes to O'Reilly to buy window film. Easy install to install it, a sunshade, gas can, oil, more styrofoam cups, batteries, air fresheners to mask the smell of gasoline in his apartment. And then he goes to King Soopers to buy his food, including salmon, steak, chicken, Jolly Ranchers. His dad reaches out to him. We would love to come see you, Jim. Love to come see you the weekend of August the 10th or 12th. If you have something going on, we can try to make it a different time. And in what we believe to be his last email back to them, 8 days before this massacre, he says, I don't have any plans for that weekend. His second attempt to buy the movie ticket, also a failure. The third attempt, on July the 17th, he now uses PayPal. And you know what he decides? That's it. It doesn't matter what it says on the ticket. He just goes, gets in, and goes right to the theater that he wants. He buys batteries, his last outside purchase, last login for Match.com. These are pictures taken off his phone of the back of the theater that he emailed himself on the 18th of July, including the doors that can go in and be locked. In his apartment, he begins to set up the booby traps. We find on his computer this image, a story where police found an arsenal in someone's home. They'd booby-trapped the house. We also find on his computer research about how to make bombs. He takes this picture, emails it to himself on the 18th of July. He goes to the science store and he buys glycerin, and he buys magnesium and all sorts of chemicals. He does research on potassium permanganate, black powder, potassium permanganate and gasoline, how to set up that transmitter to make it work, how to use the 1/4-inch fuse, and there's the box, the remote detonation box that he'll use. He then goes to Best Buy. This is actually his last purchase, I believe, and he goes and buys a remote control vehicle. He buys a boom box, and then he buys some Duracell batteries to make it all work. And he buys some CDs. This is him leaving that Best Buy. Last login for Adult Friend Finder is July the 18th. He then takes some selfies of himself. He got those black contacts. He says the black contact lenses just happened to arrive on the day of the shooting. And he takes these pictures with his phone. He tells Dr. Metzner he thought they would look good to whoever viewed them. He said to Dr. Reed, well, you know, it's unusual to have dyed hair like that and contact lenses like that. It's more likely that I'd be remembered. People will remember something unusual than something mundane. He sets out on his bed all of the implements of death that he has purchased and acquired over those 2.5 months. And he says, I tested it first. Just wearing it with all the magazines in their places, everything, and the gun, the slings, just to make sure I knew how to do it. He looks at himself in the mirror with all of it on. He takes this picture. Tells Dr. Reed a person seeing him would see someone dangerous, which was important. Because you don't want 400 people rushing you, and it's quite easy. They could have overwhelmed him. He then uses his phone to look up for the New York Times how to post an op-ed piece and a picture, although he never ends up doing it. Matt McQuinn worked at Target. He lived with his girlfriend, who he wanted very much to marry, and her brother. He also loved superheroes and came to this movie with the full expectation in the future that he would marry that girl that was with him. Jonathan Blanc was 24. He is the married father of 2. He'd been in the Navy and was hoping to get back in as a Navy SEAL, but in the meantime, he was installing hardwood floors. He went with a friend, and they sat towards the side of the theater where the exit was. This guy, on the eve of committing this massacre, mails that detailed notebook that you'll see. And he mails it to Dr. Lynn Fenton. And the stamps he chooses to mail it to her are the American Scientist series of stamps. That night, the greatest mass murder in our memory was intended to be far worse. But 4 providential things kept that from happening. A second-guessing neighbor, a fumbled tear gas canister, a jammed assault rifle, and heroes. At his apartment before he leaves, he sets up this tripwire. It's some sort of a fish wire that he stretches across the floor. Yes, that's his apartment. He has covered the floor in gasoline and oil. There's a thin wire that you may be able to make out there that stretches right once the door is open, right across. It goes to this thermos. Inside that thermos is a bottle of glycerin. When that wire is pulled, that tips over and pours the glycerin into that pan that you see at the bottom. And that pan is coated with potassium permanganate. And the chemical reaction that occurs between glycerin and potassium permanganate is a flash fire that will likely catch the floor on fire. But there's a fuse that sticks out of that pan too. There's that. And that fuse, we'll see where the fuse goes. He's also coated the floor in a type of chloride that's going to create some sort of a smoke to deter people from coming in to try to put the fire out. Thank you. 500 grams of ammonium chloride powder is on the floor, and he spread it all over. That fuse goes to each of these 3 jars in succession. Here's one on a chair. This jar with the fuse in it, the fuse goes to the top, a bowl that contains thermite that he made in his apartment. Inside the jar, you can see black powder, black gunpowder, smokeless gunpowder. Below it, bullets. Below that, napalm that he made in his apartment using that styrofoam and gasoline. When the fuse goes to burn the thermite and it creates a super hot reaction, that hot reaction drops into that jar, igniting everything below it. Another fuse goes to another jar, just like it, and one further across the room. In those green bottles, those open bottles, are gasoline. And what he's figured out is if you pour gasoline into a green plastic bottle, you can't tell that it's gasoline. It looks like clear liquid. This is the opposing view, looking back out at that door and all the wires that don't just go to those devices. There's got to be another way to trigger that apartment. Before we get there, I should tell you too that he's got magnesium. He's broken up and he sprinkled it all over the floor. Magnesium fires are made worse by water, and they put off lethal hydrogen gas. So if anybody wanted to come and try to put out that fire and put water on it, they would only make it exponentially more deadly and worse. But he had detonation redundancy. You can't count on someone coming and opening that door. So he had this launch control box. That ends up getting blown up by a water cannon by the heroes that try to figure out how to dismantle this stuff without burning down the building. Remember that remote control car he bought at Best Buy? He goes out to a dumpster by the corner of his place, and he puts it down. There's a white trash bag. He puts the boom box down there. He has pre-recorded the disc to play dead silence for 40 minutes. And at the end of 40 minutes, it will kick on with loud music intended to attract attention. And someone will come along and find the remote control car and the remote. But that remote doesn't go to that car. That remote goes to the detonation system in his apartment. And he puts it by the dumpster. Now, before he takes off, and I should tell you, he set up his computer in the apartment to do the same thing but at a different time. At about 25 minutes, loud music would blast through the apartment, summoning people to the apartment. He takes a Vicodin, and he does that because he's afraid he might get hurt, and the Vicodin will make it less painful. He leaves for the theater. It's around midnight, and that music starts blasting. Neighbor from number 6 is down there with her boyfriend, and she remembers being woken up by it and thinking, what is going on? And she goes upstairs, and she pounds on the door. No response. She kicks the door. No response. She reaches down for the doorknob, and it is unlocked. But something tells her, don't open the door. She doesn't. And she goes back downstairs, and she tells her boyfriend, and they call the police. But the police aren't coming because they're somewhere else. They're at the theater. That was our first providential act. He gets to the theater and he parks in the back. Nobody parks in the back. This area on the lower right. He parks by that door that's going to give him, what am I doing? He parks right here. See where that white car is? That's it. And it's going to give him access to this door right down here. There are limited exits here, 2 on the sides that you have to come down a long hallway to get to, and one very narrow, not often used door at the top. He parks down there. He walks around the building to get into the front to use his ticket. He's wearing his ballistic chaps. He goes in, and this is him. And he's showing his Fandango ticket purchase to the guy at the counter, and he says, dude, you got to go use this other machine to get it done. And so he does. It's on the right-hand side. And once he gets his ticket approved, he goes and hangs out in the concession area for a while, surrounded by the people he may end up shooting only minutes later. Remember Veronica? She came to the theater with her mom after the pizza party. I don't have any home movies of her at 6. I don't have any movies of her playing with her friends or her parents or looking like a sweet little girl. What I have is this. This is video of her walking by the concessions area at night. Girls that were babysitting her. He takes a seat near the front. He pretends to use his cell phone so that he doesn't draw any attention, and he goes out back and he uses that clip that he made to keep the door from closing and locking behind him. He sets up in his car. Remember the heavily tinted windows. He puts in the, he bought a window shade. He puts it up and he starts the process of getting all of his armament on and his weapons. He hears somebody come outside and go by the trash cans nearby. And when he's asked about it by one of the independently selected doctors, he says, I thought it was probably a worker from the theater. Well, what would you have done if he had looked in the car? He says, I'd have shot him. But he doesn't look in the car. He puts the wireless headphones on, cranks up the techno music to the highest possible volume so he doesn't have to hear it because it wouldn't be personal that way. He then goes to the back door and he places a phone call to the CU Hospital General Switchboard, and you'll hear that call. And as soon as someone answers it, he just hangs up. But the second providential act happens. And he fumbles one of the 2 canisters of tear gas. And remember, there are 2 ground level exits. He can't find it in all of his gear. It had rolled under his car. He goes back in. He waits for a moment by the door, though. Goes in. This is this view right here from the theater down to where he walks in. It's like 15 or 20 minutes into the movie. He starts with the shotgun. And he begins to pull the trigger. This shotgun. Boom! A.J. Boyk, who had been sitting with his fiancée, is hit and killed as 14 pellets penetrate his brain. Boom! Our Air Force soldier, Jesse Childress, who had come with his friends and purchased their tickets. He too is hit by the shotgun blast, and it rips through his lungs, heart, and organs, and he dies. Gordon Cowden, our 51-year-old single father, boom. and he dies next to his daughters. Rebecca Wingo, 32, single mom of 2 girls. Boom. But she gets hit with the shotgun, and when he puts the shotgun down and goes to the rifle, she gets hit with the rifle as well. Jessica Gawi, our would-be reporter. Now, I don't have a picture to show of her right now because she gets taken out of the theater. And that's one you should only have to see once. But she doesn't make it. John Larimer, our Navy sailor, he's shot and killed by that rifle. Bullet rips through all of his organs, comes out of his body, enters his arm, and breaks his radial bone in his arm. His friends from the Navy that are there, they try to pull him out of the theater, but they can't do it because he's dead. And so they pull him as far as they can, and he ends up being propped up at the bottom of the stairs before they have to leave him. Michaela Medic, the 24-year-old subway worker who graduated high school early and found those much better seats up towards the top of the theater, she too takes a blast to the head, and she dies in that theater. He says to Dr. Metzner, I shot at people trying to get away. I shot at people trying to flee the theater, to try to go out the exits, to make sure that others wouldn't follow. Angiat Mora and his wife and 17-year-old son were there, and he shot each of them as they tried to flee from that theater. But they lived, and you'll get to hear from them. Rita Pauline is his wife, and his son is Prodeo. Farah Soudani, the Red Robin worker, remember? She gets shot and is eviscerated. Her organs pour out of her, and she needs to have help holding them in as first responders come and take her away. The back of her leg is also shot. It's missing a huge chunk of it now, and you'll see that. Alex Sullivan, Sully, there for his birthday. Big man, one round, goes right into his heart, and he dies right there. Alexander Teves, Tom and Karen's son, hoping to get married to Amanda with him. He's shot in the head, a horrible wound, and he dies in that theater too. Jonathan Blunk, our would-be sailor, our would-be member of the SEALs, also died in that theater from gunshot wounds that ripped through his head and his body. Jonathan was there with his friend, and he had draped himself over her, and the bullets that killed him came from behind. One through the back left of his skull, perforating his brain. The other through his lower left back, perforating most of his major organs. Matt McQuinn, who'd gotten a seat pretty close to the front of the portion where the railing is, but not at the front of the theater. He's shot more times than almost anybody else. His legs are shot multiple times. He's shot multiple times throughout his body, and just falls in this horrible way and dies right there. Caleb Medley. Caleb Medley, our aspiring comedian. Caleb Medley is shot in the face, and he loses his eye, and there's blood pouring out of his head. And his 9-month pregnant wife thinks he's dying. She takes a cup of water, and she pours it on his face during a lull in the fighting to try to help him. When the first responders get there, they grab her and say, "We gotta go, we gotta go." She thinks he's dead or dying. She kisses him on the head, and she says, "I will raise our son." She ends up going to the hospital to deliver the baby that day, And 2 floors above her, he's having life-saving brain surgery. You'll see Caleb tomorrow. Aiden Avila Arredondo came to the theater with, I believe, a wife and other members of his church. His wife was the one that left those flip-flops by the AR-15 you saw at the door. He got shot in the leg. He didn't just lose the flip-flop. They would end up having to take the foot as well. But then our third providential act, that assault rifle jams. 65 rounds into a 100-round drum, it jams. And you can see the drum on the right. And he can't fix it. It is chaos around him, death, people fleeing, and he walks to go down the hallway in the theater to find the light so that he can work on the jam, but he can't. So he drops the 100-round magazine and he tries to use one of his 40-round magazines, but he still can't clear the jam. So he dumps the AR-15 outside, having left unfired 218 additional rounds that he'd brought. Dumps these magazines right here. He then goes to his handgun and he fires off 5 rounds with that .40 caliber Glock, just at people. It's what the FBI did for theater number 9. They tried to match the trajectory of all the shots that guy fired out of the corner of that theater, moving up and around. This is a view from the front and where some of those rounds struck. But they didn't just go through seats, they went through walls. And as he shot at people, and I should tell you this because I forgot to, he takes one of those tear gas canisters when he first comes in and wings it at this exit over in that area. He doesn't have the second one to close off the other exit. But people try to go, and he shoots, and it goes through the walls, and it goes into theater number 8. And you will hear from people who were shot in the face and in their body from bullets that went through theater 9 into theater number 8. Here's the rods that are their trajectories. And he went to this gun right here. That fourth providential act, and the one I can't do it justice standing here with the few minutes I have left, are heroes. The men and women of the Arvada Police Department and the Aurora Fire Department and the first responders who came and saved lives, who came and held Farah Soudani together until she could get to the hospital, who drove people around over curbs and yards and rocks to rush them from places that ambulances and fire trucks could not get. And they saved lives, keeping this body count relatively low. And you'll hear from them. Remember Ashley Mosier? She's there with her 6-year-old daughter, her boyfriend, the 2 13-year-olds. When the shooting starts, she reaches for her daughter, tries to force her to the ground, but she collapses because she's been shot and paralyzed, and she miscarries that baby. And little 6-year-old Veronica Mosier, that guy shot her 4 times. 4 times. I'm not going to show you those pictures either because you should only have to see those ones. Police try to get her out of that theater and save her life, but they can't. When we're done getting all of these horrific details, and we've heard all there is to hear, I'm going to come back and stand in front of you right here. And I'm going to ask you to reject that guy's claim that he didn't know right from wrong, that he didn't have the ability to form the intent to act or plan or deliberate or premeditate. And I'm going to come right here and ask you to hold him accountable for murdering 12 people and trying to murder 70 others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brauchler. Members of the jury, let's take a break. Before we do, I want to remind you that all of the admonishments that I have given you multiple times apply during each and every break. You may be tempted to want to talk during the break about the proceedings. You have to resist the temptation to do that. You cannot talk about the case. Talk about other things. You cannot talk about the case or about anything happening in these proceedings. Is everybody clear on that? And everybody's nodding their head yes. The other thing that I mentioned before, which I'll repeat again, is that you're not allowed to start forming opinions about the case. Remember, you have to keep an open mind throughout the case. And remember also what I've said before, that Mr. Holmes is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with him and has to be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. All right, with those advisements in mind and the other ones that I gave you before, which I'm not going to repeat again, but are equally important, let's take a 20-minute break at this time, okay?
And we are back on the denverchannel.com. I'm Mark Stewart along with John Ferrugia. We have heard the opening statements, day one of the theater shooting trial. John, I don't think there were some surprises here, but I think first and foremost, George Brauchler's job was to point out that this was a calculated crime and that the gunman, James Holmes, was sane at the time.
Right. What he tried to lay out here, and again, we should say this was just the prosecution's opening, and we're going to hear the defense as well. But what George Brauchler has to do here is lay out both the amazing things that we didn't know, but also the mundane. And he would go through to show that James Holmes was functioning as a sane person, going to the grocery store, buying, even going through his list of groceries, and then he would be purchasing online, body armor, weapons, etc. And he had to show that he was functioning as a sane person throughout all of this, throughout this year. And it was really, the juxtapositions were really kind of striking, that you'd be talking about something buying body armor or buying an AR-15 and then saying, and then the next day he went to the grocery store to King Soopers.
Well, the other thing which also struck me is that he made a very deliberate point to talk about some of the science, some of the mental health issues about this, but then would immediately jump into one of the victims' stories about their experiences, which, as we said, is very important because no matter what the facts are, he needs to create, for lack of better words, an emotional response, some kind of connection with these victims. And I think he did that pretty effectively.
Yeah, he did. It was really, really, I think, great planning on his part. He would go through these steps with James Holmes' life, what was going on, the disappointments in his life, and so on. And then he would break away, kind of parenthetically, go to a victim and tell us about this particular victim and their children or their aspirations or whatever. And then he would stop and he would return to the narrative. And so I think what he was telling the jury really, I'm going to go through this, but let's remember, first and foremost, here are the people who died. Here are the people whose lives, are no longer on this earth because of this man. And so I think he made that juxtaposition kind of jarring, but he did it for a reason, to catch the jury and say, look, don't forget, here's what we're talking about.
Sure, and immediately, right off the start, he began with some of the bold aspects of this crime, showing pictures, playing 911 tape, and I think we have a clip right now. If we could take a listen to that, that'd be great.
On a cool July night a few years ago, about 13 miles from where we sit right now, 400 people filed into a box-like theater to be entertained. And one person came there to slaughter them.
Hello, 911, where's your emergency? I can't hear you. What address? Theater over Colorado. I can't hear you. Give me the address again. There's gunshot. What address? Say it loud.
The man that came there that night, covered head to toe in armor to protect him from any injury. The man who brought with him 4 weapons and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. He's in the courtroom with us today.
And at one point, George Brauchler, pointing, saying, "This guy," I mean, that was a deliberate act, the way he made his presence, the gunman's presence, known in the courtroom.
He did, and if you looked or you heard this 911 call, the thing obviously that was most striking about it, and if you were watching, you heard this, as the person was making the call, you heard this boom, boom, boom. I mean, you kept hearing these shots, and it's unclear at which point he started with the AR-15 or whether this was the shotgun. You couldn't tell in the background. But what you could tell is that this call was made as the shooting was going on. And he was really signaling the jury that they had it all, that we're going to be able to show you from the beginning, minute by minute by minute, what was going on here. And there's no question this guy did it. And we're going to show you, as he started, talking or weaving his way through this, is that this person was sane, and we're going to prove he was sane.
And so, along those lines, for the first time, to my knowledge, and you follow this very closely as well, for the first time, we heard the district attorney saying, according to these mental exams, he was sane. And I believe it was 2 psychiatrists who made that determination.
Right, and he made the point that these 2 psychiatrists were not psychiatrists that either he picked or the defense picked.
Independent.
Independent. They were actually from CMHIP, the Pueblo State Hospital, the 2 docs. The first one went through and spent, I believe it was 24 hours.
24
hours with James Holmes through days and days of talking to him. The second one spent 26 hours, so a total of 50 hours with 2 separate psychiatrists, both of whom were not picked by the prosecution or defense as independent. And which we assumed was true because we knew that these evaluations had been done. We assumed that both of them had judged him sane. If they hadn't, we would assume that we wouldn't be doing a trial.
Right, but the point being, that's very significant evidence that was brought forward, that there is no question, at least in these 2 independent physicians' minds, that he was sane. I mean, they even brought up his IQ test scores to show he was of sound mental faculty.
Yeah. The other psychiatrist that they mentioned was a 3rd psychiatrist that was brought in by the defense, who then
he discredited almost.
Really discredited, and I think it's pretty clear what's going to happen in the cross-examination of that. He signaled it very clearly that in the cross-examination of that particular psychiatrist brought up by the defense, did not spend nearly as much time with him, came back and said that he was not sane.
I believe we have some sound of the presentation that the district attorney made concerning the psychiatrists? Both psychiatrists. Why don't we listen? Why don't we listen to that real quick?
He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, and there were 2 psychiatrists, about a year apart, asked to do independent assessments and evaluations of him. Jeff Metzner and William Reed. Those psychiatrists, those expert forensic psychiatrists, were not picked by the people of the state of Colorado. They were not picked by the defendant or his attorneys. They were picked by the Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo, the state mental hospital, at the direction of the court. And both of them say the same thing, that guy was sane when he tried to murder all those people in that theater back in July of 2012. They each spent a great deal of time evaluating the defendant.
Okay, so obviously, mental health, these examinations are really, I mean, that's perhaps the most important evidence, and what the district attorney is trying to do now and will throughout this trial is just put so much credibility into it that it really can't be refuted.
Exactly. The other thing is really it's subtle, but not all that subtle. If you saw in this clip, you saw him, he referred to him as that guy.
Right.
Or this guy. And he will do that throughout the trial. He did that in jury selection as well. The only time that he actually mentioned his name was when, right after the 911 clip we just showed you a minute ago, he said his full name, James Eagan Holmes, and that is the last time you're going to hear his name probably until closing arguments, because otherwise he's going to refer to him as him or this guy, and that's also calculated because what he's trying to do to the jury is make him less than a person. He's trying to make him as really objectify him and say this is an objective of evil. Whereas you're going to see in the defense, they're going to make James Holmes or try to connect with the jury that this is a real human being. This person is mentally ill. This person was not sane at the time. He's really an object of pity. And we feel terribly for the victims and all these people who were hurt and injured and killed, but this man is a pitiful example of a human being because he's mentally ill and he's just not competent. That's the clash right there.
Well, so there's questions of competency. I mean, he was obviously competent to execute this crime.
Right.
I think one moment that really took me aback is that, from the beginning we saw a sheet over what turned out to be a model, a diorama almost, of inside the movie theater, right, to show where everyone was sitting, but also talked about how Holmes rigged the doors, how he really took a lot of precision in executing this crime, which only perhaps adds to their argument that he was so aware of it.
Well, I think you're going to hear in the opening arguments, you obviously heard the long narrative of here's what we're going to tell you about. When we get into the trial, you're going to see each one of those pieces expanded to a much greater degree in terms of the meticulous nature, the detailed nature of this crime. And you're going to hear the prosecutors make the case over and over and over again and connect with the jury and say, look, how can someone be insane and not understand right from wrong when they're going through this process over a period of a year and talking about what they're going to do, why they're going to do it, and what his motive is. I need to feel better. If I kill people, it'll get me attention that I'm not getting now. And I think that's really what they're going to do, just point by point by point.
Before we listen to some more sound, though, it brings up a point to a story which I believe you broke, was about the fact that there was this notebook that really detailed plans and such. And for the first time, at least in these first 2 hours, we saw some of those contents which kind of detailed some of the things you were talking about.
Yeah, we were one of several people who had found out about the notebook, and essentially what the notebook contains, and we didn't really know the detail of it, but we knew there were some stick figures. We knew there was some some narrative about what he was going to do. Really, a lot of that is still secret at this point, but we're going to learn about it in the trial because, as George Brauchler, the prosecutor, said, you're going to see those pages. You're going to see exactly how he built this up. You're going to see how his process for committing this crime is detailed in these notes.
Right. So there is this pattern that, for lack of better words, evil was building, that he had nefarious intentions. I think we have a soundbite right now which just kind of talks about his state of mind, almost.
Yeah, he was speaking, I believe, to a psychiatrist here.
Yeah. Why don't we listen to that?
Do that's fun. She knows he's been having a tough time. This is what she says here. He says, well, look, what I really want to do, I can't do because it's evil. She says, well, and he says, I can't do that. Well, what do you feel like doing? Video games are the next best thing. They're escapism. What's so evil that you want to do? And you know what he says? Kill people, of course. She thinks this is just theoretical based on all of these other conversations they have, so she engages him. Killing people's too much effort. You'll end up locked up. Most people aren't worth the effort. He says, well, that's why you kill many people. Again, she thinks it's theoretical, and they continue to have a conversation. He invokes justice, saying taking away someone's time or life. And in fact, if you wait to kill to the end of your life, then there's nothing to lose. They begin to have a conversation about the value of life. And he says, what's more valuable than life? If you take that away, you take away everyone's experiences and all of their potential. And she asks about that, and he talks about it being human capital. And she says, what is human capital? What do you do with that human capital from having taken away people's lives? And he says, have a more meaningful life. And she doesn't get it. How does that work? And he can't explain it to her other than saying, this is what he wants to do. She says it may satisfy you, but Doesn't fulfill your purpose. He says, but it'll still make my life more meaningful. And she still thinks this is just a theoretical conversation. She says, I don't see how it's useful. She confronts him and says, it's not like by killing people, you get the benefit of anything from them. You're not stronger. You're just taking away life. And that seems like destruction. And he says, look, I don't believe in absolute good or evil. She says, well, if that's the case, why don't you kill me and Ben, their mutual friend, who wronged him, she by breaking up with him? Why don't you do that? He says, I told you I can't do that. If I did that, I'd get caught, and I couldn't kill more people. I'd also lose the rest of my life. He says that it's a circle, a tautology, saying that the meaning of life is to live. He recognized that long ago. But you know what he's missing? A purpose. A purpose. He says, I'm not inherently evil. My outlook on destroying life is only plan B. I do have a plan for good. And she asks, what's your purpose for good? And he says, are you sure you want to know? You don't just want to find out? And then she says, hey, can we continue talking about this later? Because it's just theory. Ben's coming to pick me up. He responds with, Ait, you want to come play some Dom? That's a board game that they play at his house, that they've all played for a long time now. She says, I got some things to do, but after that we can. And that conversation is left like all the others.
All right, so James Holmes is making some very pointed statements kind of about where his frame of mind was. I was looking at my notes. I mean, at one point he said that his crime was a result of a call to action, that it was part of a master plan that had taken over. Why is the district attorney using those specific word choices to the jury? What is the point of all of that?
Well, if you recall, that quote was not to the psychiatrist, the independent psychiatrist.
Right.
That quote was to the psychiatrist who said that he was insane, the psychiatrist that was hired by the defense. And that would talk about, or that would speak to his claiming in one interview with the independent psychiatrist, he never mentioned that. He mentioned about self-fulfillment and being able to kill people, and in that, he now tends to turn it around and say, oh, well, I was being motivated by something else, by a grand plan, etc., which is less culpability for him. And the prosecutor George Brauchler was making the point that he never mentioned any of that to the independent psychiatrist,
right.
but when he realized that this was a play to get him off, that is to judge him insane, then to the psychiatrist hired by the defense, it was a wholly different story.
Sure.
So that's why he was using that to show that there was a difference in what he was portraying to the independent versus those hired by the defense.
So the way our legal system is set up, prosecution goes first, defense goes second.
Right.
Is the defense right now rewriting any of their argument, any of their opening statements, or do you think that what they have thought all along is going to hold true? I mean, based off of what they just heard, do you think there's some modification taking place?
You know, I've been in many trials, and in fact, the McVeigh and Nichols trial,
right.
the Oklahoma City bombing trials, and so on. I think, just from my experience, that their opening is pretty much set. I mean, they knew that he was.
This is not a surprise.
This is not a surprise
Sure.
at all. There aren't any surprises here. They in Discovery have the same information that the prosecution has. They know exactly what the narrative is going to be. They may not know, the specific order or whatever, but they know what the narrative is going to be. I don't think it doesn't really surprise them, that this is going on. One of the things, though, that I find interesting along that narrative, and something we really didn't know, and there are all these things that we certainly don't know about this as we go through. But one of the things that was just very, very interesting is the prosecution talked about how he had gone through in his notes and talked about how he could kill people. Would he use bombs? Would he use bio-warfare? No, there were chemicals. That was too messy.
And he even contemplated locations, talking about parks,
right.
even an airport.
Yeah.
But he felt, this was someone who also wanted to make a statement, and
right.
That is why he chose a movie theater.
Right, and going through, this again speaks to the issue of maybe mental illness, but not insanity. Here's a person who is calculating that at an airport there's too much security. that's not a good spot. Bombs, too hard to get, regulated too much, can't really, you have to make them myself. Then the serial murder idea. That was what was amazing to me. And
he talked to his girlfriend, I believe, at one point about that.
Yeah, about serial murders.
Yeah.
And he talked about using a stun gun in national forest trails. I mean, that is some high-level planning. And he talked about using a cell phone stun gun. And then the prosecutor held up that bag with the stun gun, the cell phone stun gun, and said that he came away thinking it was too personal. There would be too much evidence, and he couldn't get enough kills doing that. I mean, that is just, I mean, that's chilling.
At one point, the prosecutor was talking about the fact that he was listening to techno music and had it running through his ears as the shooting was taking place. He was even singing some of the lyrics, I think, when he was questioned by police. Some of those things, could some of those facts, though, perhaps give credit to the defense's claim that he was insane because it's just so out of the realm of normal sanity?
Yeah, I think you'll see, I believe we'll see in the opening statements by the defense, some of the same examples are going to be used to show that no one in their right mind, no one who is sane could do that. One of the more interesting things early on, which we first brought to light, was, and he mentioned it in the opening statements, was once James Holmes was brought into custody, they put bags on his hands
to preserve
residue from gunshot. Well, at one point, he was actually playing puppets and drumming with them.
All right, we are going to go back to the courtroom where James Holmes and his public defender team will have their chance to make their opening statements. Let's go back to the Arapahoe County Courthouse.
Attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury at this time. Are the parties ready for the jury, Mr. Brauchler? Yes, sir. Mr. King? Yes, sir. Great. Let's bring him in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. At this time, let me inquire of the defense to see if there is an opening statement on behalf of Mr. Holmes. Mr. King?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
James Holmes' notebook, written in the weeks right before the shooting. We are all one unity. As such, there is no difference between life and death or space-time. All things, actions, and phenomena are not multiple ripples. Instead, the universe is a single unitary preponderance of which we are each part of. This may be unfathomable to some and result in the seeking of escapism and attempt at redactionisms of unity into fractured entities. To me, this unity is infinitely complex. Much more preferable is a simple system. Unity through nil. Why? 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 Why does the value of a person even matter? If life has no value, all is just. Life and death are not demarcated. Any and all actions have no impact on anything. Moral imbeciles are those who side with zero or negative infinity. The ideals of society are founded on positive infinity. Why? Why? Why do persons commit to zero or negative infinity? All men are created equal, and all men are uncreated equal. But in between, there is inequality. Why? Multiplying both sides of an equation by zero, when mankind can't find truth, untruth is converted to truth via violence times zero. Problem equals question mark. Zero times problem equals question mark times zero. Based on an incorrect theorem, zero equals zero. Problem solved. I have spent my entire life seeking this alternative so that the questions of how to live and what to live for may be addressed. When James Holmes stepped into that theater in July of 2012, he was insane. His mind had been overcome by a disease of the brain that had plagued him and pursued him for years. In his words, I have fought for years and years to overcome my biology. But in the end, when florid psychosis erupted in 2012, he lost that struggle. He lost that struggle in his mind to a disease called schizophrenia. And he was not in control. He was not in control of his thoughts. He was not in control of his actions. He was not in control of what he perceived to be reality. but was in fact not reality, but psychotic delusion. By the time Mr. Holmes stepped into that theater, his perception of reality was so skewed, was so malformed, that he no longer lived in the world that we live in, the same reality. But to him, it seemed as real as this seems to you right now. He was pursued, he was commanded, and he was compelled. Pursued by psychotic delusions that controlled him and told him that he had to do this act. Commanded by intrusive thoughts, unwanted thoughts that would come into his brain telling him to kill. Since he was a sophomore in high school. And finally, when the psychosis really bloomed, he was compelled. He was compelled to act. There was no choice to be made. Through his psychosis, he felt as if he was possessed. There were no other options. There were no choices. There was no rational consciousness operating. This is not the conscious choice of a rational mind. This is about a brain disease, a diseased mind, and about the power of psychotic delusion and how it can take everything away from a person. How it can take away the person's ability to form their own intentions and their own desires and replace them with the commands of the delusion. It's about how it can take away from somebody the ability to perceive and understand reality, and therefore the ability to understand and perceive and distinguish between what's right and what's wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you on a very sad occasion. And with your permission, I humbly ask that I be allowed to discuss with you, first, a little bit about how you should approach this solemn duty that you are embarking on, and a little bit about the roles in the law that would apply to your decision making. And second, with the help of Ms. Spengler, I want to describe for you a little bit about what our presentation during the course of this trial will be. Because the story Mr. Brauchler told you is not the whole story. It's only a part of the story. My name is Daniel King, and I, along with my colleagues, Katherine Spengler, Tamara Brady, Rebecca Higgs, Kristen Nelson, represent Mr. James Holmes. At the end of this trial, I too will stand before you, and all I will ask, all I'm going to ask, is that you accept reality. A reality that the prosecution has chosen not to accept because it doesn't suit their purposes. The reality is mental illness. But I'm concerned. And I think we need to talk about that further. The magnitude of what took place in that theater as a human event is impossible for us to even comprehend. The suffering and the pain that have been endured and continue cannot be quantified and cannot be qualified. And I'm not going to try to do that. We're social creatures. And when something like this happens, it strikes down deep inside our human core. We feel sad. We feel angry. We want to stand for our way of life, for our community. The ripples of effect of this event extend out in every direction. To the community, to the first responders, to the treatment providers, and mostly to those whose lives were irrevocably changed or ended, or those who had loved ones whose lives ended just because they chose to attend a movie. These feelings are human and natural and right for us to feel as human beings. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm concerned because that river runs deep. And you're not just human beings, you're now jurors. And you've sworn an oath. And part of that oath, as the judge just instructed you, is that neither sympathy nor prejudice may affect your deliberations. I don't know how you're going to do that. You're being asked to set aside fundamental human emotions. I don't know how you're going to do that. But that's your task. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm concerned because as I stand before you now, I feel a great wave of pain and emotion from this community and from these victims. Such a flood of pain that nothing can stand in its way in this case. What I'm going to suggest to you through the course of this trial is that when the flood waters rise, the only thing to do is to move above the waterline together. There is the fortress of the law. Here is the fortress of the law. And here, in this space, you will make the decisions, the life-changing decisions that you're being asked to make. There is no room in the fortress of the law for hatred. There is no room for retribution or vengeance. The law commands that you decide one thing and one thing only, that you fairly and rationally consider all the evidence in the case or the lack of evidence, and you decide at the end of the day whether the prosecution has proven to your satisfaction beyond any reasonable doubt that Mr. Holmes was not insane when he stepped into that movie theater. Not whether mass murder is wrong, not how badly the victims were harmed, not about gun control, not about mental health treatment. Not here. Not here in the fortress of the law. You'll be instructed that in making your decision beyond reasonable doubt, you're to consider this as if it were a matter of importance to yourself. And you should, because this is a matter of utmost importance to the victims, to the community, and to Mr. Holmes and his family. We all have roles here, and the judge is here to instruct you on what the law is. The prosecutors are advocates. Do not forget that. They seek the conviction and death of James Holmes and nothing else. And I'm concerned because the prosecutor representing the government, your government, just stood before you and talked about the horrors of what took place in the movie theater. And I saw the impact on your faces. And he talked about the vast amount of evidence that they're going to present about what took place in the movie theater and at the apartment. But nothing that took place there is contested by the defense. Mr. Holmes has entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, essentially admitting that he was the person in the theater pulling the trigger. Nevertheless, apparently, based on what we've just heard, we're going to be presented with days and days, perhaps weeks, of testimony and evidence about what happened in that theater. And when you hear that evidence, understand that we're not contesting, and ask why it's being presented. I too am an advocate. When this is over, you can grade my paper of performance, and I hope I get a passing score. Our role here is to insist that Mr. Holmes be treated fairly and be afforded a certain amount of human dignity as a human being who's suffering from a severe mental illness called schizophrenia. As I said to you before, the way above the waterline in this case is the way of understanding. The road to higher ground in this case is the path of the truth. We, the defense, in this case, have been doggedly pursuing the truth since the 20th of July, 2012, and we continue to do so. We, the defense, are not afraid of the truth in this case. We accept the truth, and we will ask you to do the same. So let's talk about the truth of mental illness. We talked about this in jury selection, and I want to clear up a couple definitions so that we all are on the same page. Schizophrenia, or schizophrenia spectrum disorder, as all of the experts in this case have diagnosed Mr. Holmes with, is a brain disease. It's a brain disease just as cancer is a body disease. It's inherited. People don't choose schizophrenia. It comes in their genes, just like a propensity for heart disease or cancer is inherited genetically. It's a psychotic disease, which is all the psychiatrists have diagnosed Mr. Holmes with, the psychotic disease. Psychosis is a break with reality. It's a reflection that the person is not basing their decisions upon reality, but is basing their decisions and their thoughts upon internal stimuli. But the person doesn't perceive that. The person perceives it as being real and logical, even though it's not. Psychosis has several symptoms: disorganized speech and thought. Hallucinations are when someone sees or hears things that aren't there, but they perceive them as being real. Mr. Holmes suffered from hallucinations, and you'll hear about that. And finally, the most powerful of all is delusions. Delusions are fixed false beliefs that are maintained in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. So someone may have a delusion that the FBI is spying on them, or they may have a delusion that someone loves them when they don't, or they may have a delusion that they're being controlled by aliens. And in the space of overwhelming evidence that this is not true, they persist in that belief. Why? Because to them it is as real as the sun rising in the morning. We heard a lot about the planning that went into this. And there's a common misconception, I think, that says people with mental illnesses cannot plan. Mr. Holmes could not possibly have been insane because look at what he was able to do. You'll be told by the psychiatrist that there is nothing inconsistent between mental illness and planning. People who have severe mental illnesses think, plan, act, live. The question is not can they plan, but what are they planning for? Is it a logical, goal-oriented objective? Or is it an illogical, delusional objective that makes no sense? That's the crucible of insanity, not planning. There's an inclination, I think, that when something terrible happens to insist that somebody has to be to blame. And mental illness can sure sound like an excuse. But in this case, it's not. The illness is real. It can overwhelm lives. There will be no doubt in your minds by the end of this trial that Mr. Holmes is severely mentally ill. None. In the 32 months since he's been incarcerated, he's been evaluated and treated in person by more than 20 doctors. 20 doctors. These are psychiatrists, psychologists, the team of doctors that treated him when he had to be hospitalized at Denver General for psychosis, neuropsychologists, neuropsychiatrists, doctors from the state hospital in Pueblo, doctors appointed by the court, doctors hired by the defense. Every single one of them agrees that of two things. Number one, Mr. Holmes suffers from a serious psychotic mental illness that shapes and forms his thoughts and actions. And number two, Mr. Holmes is not malingering. Malingering means faking. Mr. Holmes has undergone hours and hours of interrogation. Every psychological test that you can imagine, every neuropsychological test that you can imagine, every measure of faking, lying, you name it, that the world of psychiatry and psychology has to offer. And every single clinician who has actually seen Mr. Holmes will tell you there is no evidence that he's faking anything, and there is ample evidence that he's not faking anything. Mr. Brauchler talked to you about some inconsistencies that he perceived between the things that Mr. Holmes said to different doctors. The doctors will tell you these are not differences. They will tell you that these are not significant and do not mean that he's not telling the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, all we're asking in this case is that you accept the reality of mental disease, and you can answer all the questions that need answering in this case, including the question of why. Accept the reality that people get sick. As for some, cancer will strike an organ or a limb. For others, schizophrenia will strike at their mind. Accept that those who are suffering from psychosis do not live in the same reality and perceive the same reality that we do. Accept that people don't choose their mental illness or the types of delusions that they suffer from. Accept the fact that a psychotic individual is not making the same kind of choices that the rest of us do. Accept the fact that someone who's suffering from psychosis perceives what's right and what's wrong as they perceive everything else through the psychosis, through that veil. So how should we go about this process of understanding the truth and moving to higher ground? In this case, you're going to hear from a number of different doctors. There are subtle differences in the doctor's opinions. And I liken this to matching paint. I got some paint from my house. It's a red paint. And I go to the paint store and I say, I need to match this paint. It's red. And the expert says, the paint expert says, actually, that's more like a brick or a rose or scarlet or crimson. And I say, well, that looks like red to me. And the expert says, well, it is red. But if you're an expert, you can perceive subtle differences. And perhaps there's another expert in the store, and he comes over and says, you know, I think you may be wrong. That doesn't look so much like brick. It looks more like scarlet to me, a little bit more scarlet. But they all agree that it's a color. They all agree that it's a bright color. And they all agree that it's a red color. That's what we're talking about in this case. Every one of the experts has diagnosed Mr. Holmes with a schizophrenia spectrum disorder. There are different subtle nuances within that range. And we'll talk about that. What the experts will tell you is when you're making a diagnosis, you look at the present symptoms that someone is displaying. And then you try to trace those symptoms back in time to figure out where they came from, to figure out the entire history in order to make an accurate diagnosis of what's going on. So I want to talk to you about the hard evidence of mental illness that describe the nature and depth of Mr. Holmes' brain disease. First, I want to talk to you about the one bookend, the evidence of mental illness since the crime. And then I want to go back in time to his childhood and see if we can discover where this came from and why this happened. And then I'm going to sit down and Ms. Spengler will stand and she will describe for you the psychotic process as it unfolded in Mr. Holmes' mind during 2011 and 2012, that school year. Because as you will hear, schizophrenia lies latent in people. There are signs of it when you're a child or when you're developing through adolescence. But it blossoms into full psychosis when individuals are in their early 20s, the same age that Mr. Holmes was when it happened to him. That's when the psychosis erupts. So what does the disease picture look like now? Ms. Spengler will talk to you about the bookend of before the crime, But I want to touch on just a few things because Mr. Brauchler left some important facts out when he described those months. First of all, Mr. Holmes told others. Secondly, he sought help. Third, he documented his thoughts and symptoms. He told his friends that he was having thoughts of killing other people. And his girlfriend, Miss Dada, told him he needed to see a psychiatrist. She knew something was wrong. He sought help. He voluntarily went to a psychiatrist and went back again and again and again. And what Mr. Brauchler failed to tell you is that this psychiatrist we can add to the list of 20 other doctors because she felt that he was functioning at a psychotic level back in March of 2012. She felt that he may be shifting into a frank psychotic disorder such as schizophrenia. And he documented in his notebook the delusions that were controlling his mind. And when you read it, you will say, this makes no sense. Dr. Jeffrey Metzner, one of the court-appointed psychiatrists, said that when he first saw the notebook, he described it as being full of a whole lot of crazy. Let's think about this crime as an event. Because when Mr. Holmes stepped into that theater, he was a young man who had never done anything wrong his entire life. He was raised by loving and caring parents in San Diego, California, and Central California. His parents are hardworking, middle-class people who taught him the right things, who took him to church. And he was a good kid. He tried hard. He did well. There's no record of him ever harming anyone that we can find. And we've talked to everybody. There's no record of him manipulating anyone or bullying anyone. He never got a speeding ticket until he came to the state of Colorado. He worked hard. He got good grades. He did the right things and wanted to make something out of himself. He was what we all want our children to be like.
Overruled.
You know, Mr. Holmes happens to be Bob and Arlene Holmes' son, but he really could be anyone's. Because schizophrenia doesn't play favorites. And when it strikes, it robs the individual of their reality. That is the person who then, for the first time doing anything wrong in 24 years, steps into this movie theater and commits this unspeakable crime for no reason. The reason is that he has a psychotic delusion that he thinks it will somehow increase his self-worth, his human capital. It's nonsense. But to him, it was so real and so powerful that nothing else mattered. It had to be done. And he threw everything away, not on purpose, but because he was controlled by the delusions. His entire life, his family. He now regrets what took place in the theater. There's no rational explanation for what took place. People do things for reasons, folks. People commit crimes for reasons. Money, revenge, anger, hatred, political, religious reasons, make a statement, maybe they think it's fun. None of those apply to Mr. Holmes. You can run at this from any direction you want, and you will not come up with a reason that makes any sense. Because it doesn't. I find myself, and you will find yourself too, trying to put rational, logical reasons to what's going on. Trying to attribute logic to what Mr. Holmes was thinking. But you can't do that because there's no logic to it. It's based on delusion and unreality. After the crime took place, Mr. Holmes stepped out of the theater into the parking lot, and he did nothing. He stood there. All of the elaborate planning that had gone on had gone away because he was done. He stood there, and they arrested him. And the officers that arrested him described him as being out of touch, staring off into space, disoriented, dripping with sweat. They described him, when they took him into custody, as offering no resistance whatsoever. Not even normal involuntary muscle resistance, the officers say. He's just totally limp. He's brought to the Aurora Police Department. He's placed in a room.
Huh? What? What?
Paper bags are put on his hand to preserve evidence. And he's asked, what are these for? And he says, popcorn. It's concrete thinking. It's a symptom of schizophrenia. He also repeats back what the officers are saying. Echolalia. It's a symptom of schizophrenia. He also exhibits disorganized behavior with these bags. And you'll be told by the experts that people with schizophrenia exhibit disorganized, nonsensical, even childlike behavior in inappropriate circumstances.
In your hands, but just bear with me. Just leave them on there. We'll get them off when we see what we can, okay? Trust me. Yeah. Huh? Is this because of those things? What things? What's this for? Huh? What's this for? We just want to make sure that your hands are protected. Protected? Yeah. Do you know what this is for? That's what I'm asking. Huh? That's what I'm asking. What do you think it's for? Popcorn. For popcorn? Yeah. Could be used for popcorn. But not right now.
We're left alone for hours. It goes on and on and on. On Monday, July 22nd, Mr. Holmes appeared in court for the first time, and he sat right there with Ms. Brady sitting next to him. The way he appeared is the way he was. That was the first time Ms. Brady had ever met Mr. Holmes in court that day. I had met him with Mr. Gonglak on the 20th when he was booked into the county jail. We saw him for about 10 minutes in a holding cell. His appearance speaks for itself. The deputies that you'll see in this video who escorted him to court noticed that he was disoriented, unsteady on his feet, that he seemed to stare off at things in space, that they had to steady him as he walked down the corridors to the court. One day later, On July 24th, 2012, we retained a neurologist and psychiatrist from the Denver area named Dr. Jonathan Woodcock. And we asked Dr. Woodcock to visit Mr. Holmes in the jail and to tell us what he thought, to report his observations and thoughts. Dr. Woodcock talked with Mr. Holmes about his present symptoms and his history, and he concluded that without any doubt, he thought Mr. Holmes was floridly psychotic at the time. And he gave him a tentative diagnosis at the time of schizoaffective disorder, which is in the schizophrenia spectrum of disorders that I've described. That's still his opinion today. Following that, Mr. Holmes remained isolated in the jail. He saw no one other than the lawyers that visited him and the deputies that fed him. He continued to display odd, nonsensical behaviors. He continued to communicate delusional, psychotic thoughts. He continued with the bizarre behaviors. And while he was in the jail, he continued writing. And he wrote, this is before he was medicated, he wrote a continuation of what you saw in the notebook. And Ms. Spengler will describe these delusions to you in greater detail. But it's an elaborate construct of human capital and a nonsensical construct, a psychotic construct, and all of the beliefs and the thoughts that he had when he was writing in the notebook before the crime, he maintained and still had in the jail. That's a delusion. He still believed that his human capital had been increased. He still does today. That's how powerful this delusion is. He still believes this stuff today, despite the fact that he has been medicated for more than 2 years and is sitting here listening to me now and has heard all this before. Dr. Gurr, the psychiatrist, will tell you that psychosis is a fluid process, that it can start when we're very young and you get signs of it, but that even when someone reaches full maturity, there are good days and bad days, good months and bad months. So while Mr. Holmes remained floridly psychotic in the jail, he was basically stable. He was able to eat his meals, take his visitors, read books, and sit on his bed. But in November 2012, things got markedly worse for Mr. Holmes. And the experts will tell you that this was not due to a delirium caused by him not eating and drinking. It will be abundantly clear to you that he ate and drank through this entire time, in addition to be given IV fluids. Rather, the experts from Denver General will tell you that he was psychotic, experiences psychiatric symptoms. During this period of time in the jail, he describes later that he was experiencing other psychotic symptoms. Ideas of reference, for one. Ideas of reference are when you attach magical importance to normal events. For him, he thought that President Obama was communicating to him through the television. When he saw President Obama on the television, President Obama would wink at him or make movements. And from that, he inferred that President Obama knew what had happened in the theater and knew about the human capital ideas and agreed with them. While he was in the jail during this period of time, he experienced hallucinations, both visual and audio hallucinations. He experienced, while in the jail during this period, what are called thought broadcasting. He believed that the others in the jail could read his thoughts and understand what was going on. On November 11th, 2012, deputies observed Mr. Holmes stand on his bed in his cell. and fall backwards. He later told experts that this was a trust fall of sorts, and he was expecting to be caught. November 11th, 2012. Inmate seen to assess needs for current suicide or needs. Inmate asked why he was placed on a suicide watch, and he stated, "I'm scared of what I will do." When further asked, he said, "I'm trying to keep it all together." When asked to explain, he said, "The system, all the systems." When asked if he felt like this was a lot for one person to do, he said yes. When asked why he fell backwards off his bed, he looked at the deputy and said, "I do not know if you are real." And the deputy believed him. He appeared authentic and showed what appeared to be nervousness and had a trembling voice. He was brought from that cell to a rubber room called BC5, Behavioral Control 5. This is a room without any furniture. It's a room lined with a hardish plastic. There's no toilet. There's a grate on the floor for the prisoner to urinate or defecate into. The prisoner is stripped of their clothing, and they're given a suicide gown. November 12th, did not come to the door to get breakfast, observed to lie face down on floor with arms under himself and pull at an empty sack bag as if trying to get something out of it. He later was observed to take suicide sack breakfast and toss it down the toilet grate. Remains naked, demonstrating odd behaviors, licking the wall, rearranging the blankets, attempting to open the window. Attempts to communicate are ignored and given a blank stare. Unable to communicate. Ate lunch meat between two flattened cups. Ate the paper, too. Did backward somersaults with a cup balanced on his penis during the trick. Noted to be sucking his thumb and crying. The inmate was carried from one cell to another on a blanket. He was unable to walk. He did not respond verbally. His lips moved as if to speak, but no sound came out. His sclera, his eyes, were bloodshot and tearful. They couldn't get a pulse because of the stiffening of body. He attempted to go into a catatonic state, lying on his stomach with his arms twisted and his legs up in the air, bent at the knees. I observed Holmes lying naked in the cell, November 13th. This is 48 hours. Not covered with the blanket. There were feces in the cell. The smell smelled like urine and old foodstuffs. Due to unsanitary conditions, he was moved. He had fecal matter on his feet and didn't notice. He was taken to Denver General and given a CAT scan. On the way to the hospital, because he kept running his head into the wall. On the way to the hospital, he kept repeating in the ambulance over and over and over again, "You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You can't teach an old dog new tricks." He was given an IV in the ambulance. He was given an IV at the hospital. He returned to the jail, and the psychosis continued. I saw Holmes standing at the wall, hitting his head on the wall opposite the cell door. He then backed up to the drain in the cell and ran into the wall head first. He fell backwards, falling on the floor by the drain. He kept saying things like, "There's a shadow. Where's the shadow? You're a shadow. Where's Father?" After hitting his head, he was crying and ranting out, saying, "I see shadows, you're a shadow." They tried to give him an EKG, but he was shaking, and they were unable to complete the task. Many of the behaviors you see in these videos are expressions of another severe psychotic symptom called catatonia, where the person is rigid and unable to move. And you heard a description of that earlier. Eventually, Mr. Holmes was deemed to not be able to be taken care of in the jail. They couldn't manage him anymore. This is where he runs into the wall. The psychologist from the jail wrote an affidavit and filed it in court to have him sent to a psychiatric hospital. And she noted all the behaviors that we've been talking about. The ranting, the talking to people that weren't there, licking the wall, eating paper, smearing feces on himself. Sounded like Mr. Brauchler was suggesting that Mr. Holmes might have done this for notoriety. Look at the video, and you tell me if you would do this for notoriety. He was sent to Denver General Hospital, and he was taken in an intake there. And this is the affidavit written by the psychologist from the jail that talks about all the symptoms and asks that he be committed. Upon intake at Denver General, he's treated by a team of psychiatrists, and they determine that he is psychotic. He's hearing voices, up to 8 voices at a time, you'll see in the note. He's got paranoid delusions going on. He presents psychotic with catatonic features, been engaging in bizarre behavior, disorganized thought process, perseverating on food and drink, responding to internal stimuli, endorsed hallucinations, on and on and on. When he first arrives, he's unable to speak at all, just repeating things like point, counterpoint, point, counterpoint. They give him Haldol, a powerful antipsychotic medication, and he improves rather immediately to some degree. Dr. Caldwell, who's the head of emergency medicine at Denver General, will testify, and he'll tell you he was the first person to assess Mr. Holmes right after he'd been given the Haldol. And at that point, Mr. Holmes responded to him. He asked him a question. Mr. Holmes would look at him and talk back, but not in English, in gibberish. They diagnose him with psychosis not otherwise specified because they don't know the history. They don't know where it came from. All they know is he's presenting as floridly psychotic right now.
What was it like last night?
We were able to take this video, the 20th of November, which is the day he's discharged from the hospital. This is when he's been on medication for 4 days. And he's better.
I was thinking one of the blankets putting on my head, like hiding in under the covers.
Where were you hiding from?
Just like, I was trying to hide from shadows, so under the blankets there shouldn't be any shadows there.
Were there a lot of shadows last night?
Yep.
So part of what gets busy at night, or?
Oh, I would say so, yeah.
What's that like for you?
Scary, I guess.
Are the shadows, are they nice or mean or just mysterious, or what about them scares you?
Sometimes they're nice, but typically they're like, prying and forceful.
They What did they say to you?
Generally, not to do something.
So you generally, they're telling you not to do certain things?
Yeah. Or like orders to do something.
Or like orders to do something. We went back and found the surveillance video from the night before that he's describing, and lo and behold, he is trying to hide under the sheets. And when they take the blanket from him, he hides under the sheet. And they take the sheet from him, and he gets the fitted sheet off the bed and tries to curl up under that in a fetal position. And when they take that from him, he tries to climb under the mattress. When he returned to the jail, he told the staff psychiatrist at the jail, Dr. Mosier, that when he was there, he thought he was Peter Pan in a green vest, and that he was in a shadow box, a game, and it was not a fun game. Since returning from the hospital in November of 2012, Mr. Holmes has continued taking the antipsychotic medication that he was prescribed in the jail, and it's had a positive effect on him. Antipsychotic medication doesn't cure schizophrenia, though. It's important that you know this. It lessens the symptoms. It can lessen the hallucinations. It can lessen the confusion. It can lessen the power of the delusion sometimes. But it doesn't cure schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a lifelong disease, a chronic, deteriorative, lifelong disease. And he still has it to this day and still has the same delusions to this day. But all of the psychiatric and psychological evaluations he's been under have been while he's been medicated. And all of the doctors will tell you that will have a significant effect on lessening the symptoms. You may notice as he sits here in court that he appears distracted or aloof or unconnected. And that's in part because of the medication that he's on. You should not assume that this is the way he looked or acted before he was medicated, because it's not. Interestingly enough, that trip to the hospital interrupted a visit from a new psychiatrist that we had hired. At that point, we knew we were dealing with something serious, and we engaged in a search for a psychiatrist. And we decided, and you should too, that we wanted to hire somebody not who was paid to be a talking head. Think about this. If you had suffered from a serious injury, if you needed heart surgery, would you want someone who was experienced in heart surgery to give you that surgery? Someone who was trained and treated people in hospitals every day? Or would you want the doctor who appears on the nightly news and gives commentary to perform your heart surgery for you? Nowadays, there are a lot of talking heads out there with a lot of opinions. But we wanted someone who was a true expert. Dr. Raquel Gurr is one of the foremost experts in psychotic disease in the world. She doesn't normally work on criminal cases. She works at the University of Pennsylvania, where she runs the psychiatric program there, where she teaches and treats patients and does research with million-dollar grants into schizophrenia and studies the brain and how these things are developed. She's probably talked to more psychotic people than any other doctor that I'm aware of. Thank you. We chose her and we asked her to work on the case. You'll hear she doesn't work on a lot of cases. She's worked on very few. She worked on Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. She worked on Jared Loughner, the mass shooting down in Tucson. She has worked on a few others. When Sandy Hook took place, she was summoned to the White House by the president and the vice president for a task force because of her expertise in schizophrenia and mass violence. I want to quickly go back in time with you and talk a little bit about how this developed and how it formed. As I told you before, schizophrenia is inherited. So it's important that you look at family history to see if there's a history of mental illness. And in Mr. Holmes's case, he was both blessed and cursed by his genetics because he's a very smart person, but he was also loaded for mental illness. I just want to talk about a couple people. This is Robert Holmes Sr. He is Mr. Holmes' paternal grandfather, his father's father. He was a very successful man, a career Army officer, a military planner, I think, strategist. And he first experienced his mental illness when he was a cadet at West Point. And later on in life, it went on to the point where it clearly and massively disabilitated him. The patient has been totally disabled through his treatment by this psychiatric disorder. On the other side of his family, this is his maternal grandfather, Burton Eagan. Mr. Eagan also suffered from psychotic illness. You can see here he was hospitalized and diagnosed with psychosis. By family reports, this was an occasion when he was working as a parking lot attendant and he started not making sense and handing out money to people rather than collecting it from them. He was diagnosed with atypical psychosis. He was hospitalized a second time. And during this, family members related that he was wandering around the yard of the family home in Carmel, California, naked, not making sense. This is Mr. Holmes' paternal aunt, the fraternal twin of his father. Ms. Holmes didn't cooperate with us because of the paranoid nature of her delusional disease. But you can see from that letter from her psychiatrist that she has been diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, a variation of schizophrenia, the same disease that Dr. Woodcock has diagnosed Mr. Holmes with. She's been disabled for most of her life. She takes psychiatric medication, and even with all those supports, even with the medication and the psychiatrist and having had this disease for 30 or more years, she still periodically gets bad enough that she has to be hospitalized. Quickly, schizophrenia develops with the negative symptoms first. Psychosis comes later. First come the negative symptoms: emotional withdrawal, apathetic, lack of interest in things. And this is what's reflected in Mr. Holmes' change in his personality as a child. When he was in elementary school, he was a completely social, normal child. Interacted with other kids, played sports, was completely normal and interactive. When he moved into middle school and high school, things changed dramatically. He withdrew from everything. He started to feel like he was different. He started to think about suicide and attempted suicide at the age of 11, something Dr. Gurr will tell you doesn't happen unless there's something seriously wrong. And then it got worse. When he was a sophomore in high school, he began to have intrusive, unwanted thoughts in his brain telling him to kill people. And those thoughts continue to this day. Nobody noticed the mental illness at this early age. Why? Because he was getting straight A's. And he was causing no problem. And he was a good kid. Continued on into undergraduate school, where he started to experience hallucinations, and the intrusive thoughts continued. And eventually, when he was accepted at the University of Colorado, his father asked to drive him for a road trip to go. And Mr. Holmes said no. And he got into his car and he headed off himself to try to fight against his biology by learning about his mind. Ms. Spengler.
Mr. King just spoke with you about the importance in evaluating mental illness, and specifically James Holmes' schizophrenia, in looking at both what was happening to Mr. Holmes both prior to and following the tragic events of July 20th of 2012. Mr. King brought you back in time to James Holmes' normal middle-class upbringing in Southern California, a time when you heard that Mr. Holmes, in the way that he interacted with the world as a teen, as a child, as a young adult, is fully consistent with the beginning stages of schizophrenia. Mr. King brought you forward in time to the days and the weeks and the months following the shooting, specifically to November of 2012, when James's mind once again rapidly deteriorated and he was hospitalized emergently at Denver Health, doctors recognizing psychosis and placing him on an antipsychotic medication that he remains on to this day. And you can look at these periods of time like bookends, bookends to the mental illness, bookends that are critical in the analysis and evaluating mental illness. It's the history, it's the timeline that is so critical. If you drop into someone who suffers from schizophrenia's life for 6 months, for 8 months, and you try and make judgments about that person, they can be inaccurate because you don't have that full life history. And what I would like to do is I would like to spend some time talking to you about the time before Mr. Holmes was accepted into the University of Colorado. Then I'd like to talk to you about the time that he spent at the University of Colorado. And then I would like to spend time in depth talking to you about the months and the weeks leading up to the events of July 20th. That was a time when James Holmes was psychiatrically much sicker, when he was increasingly losing the ability to control and to defend against his most aggressive symptom of his schizophrenia, which was his delusional thinking. James Holmes clearly experienced symptoms and signs of mental illness as a child, and you will hear that schizophrenia does not hit all at once. Schizophrenia and the symptoms, they quietly enter one's life. They can slip in, and for James Holmes it was no different. You heard that he had homicidal thinking as a child. He had thoughts about these sort of nuclear winters, these vague thoughts that were a coping mechanism to stress and to suicidal thoughts. And you'll hear from an expert, and they'll tell you that experiencing that as a child is highly unusual and can be an indicator of a major mental illness. You also may have heard, but will hear, that Mr. Holmes, even as a child, felt that there was something wrong with his mind, something wrong with his brain, and he wanted to find a fix for it, which is why he wanted to study the brain or neuroscience. You'll hear over the years that Mr. Holmes was quiet, awkward, shy, and those types of outward appearances are completely consistent, fully consistent with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia. The negative symptoms are the symptoms that appear while that disease of schizophrenia is revving up, like sniffles or sneezes before a full-blown cold. And they don't debilitate someone. So you do hear and did hear about Mr. Holmes, successfully completing high school. He spent time playing soccer. He got into college. He successfully graduated from college. And the experts will talk to you about a few concepts related to schizophrenia that are important to talk about up front. First of all, there's no single presentation of schizophrenia. If somebody knows somebody with schizophrenia and says, oh, I know what schizophrenia looks like, they don't, because we're all so uniquely different. And the disease will affect each individual who it strikes differently, just the same as any other disease. The symptoms that the person experiences, the intensity of the symptoms, the way that the symptoms may interact with each other, all of that can be different for different people. which is why there are periods of good times and bad times, good days and bad days, even good hours and bad hours. You'll also hear from the experts, they'll talk about how James's intellect interacted or fit in with his mental illness. Because certainly James Holmes was genetically gifted with a high IQ and genetically cursed with a family history of pervasive and serious mental illness. And those two things don't cancel each other out. They coexist. And you'll hear one expert describe James's intellect and the way that it interacted with his schizophrenia by using a metaphor of a large gas tank. It's like a large intellectual reserve. And it takes a longer period of time to get to empty. And James will get to empty. And it can take a longer period of time for people to notice those signs and symptoms of mental illness. But as Mr. Holmes enters into his 20s, a time of psychiatric significance for the disease of schizophrenia, and certainly a time of psychiatric significance for Mr. Holmes, you do start to see the more pronounced effects of his disease that's now revving up and going into high gear. Others begin to notice the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, and you heard the prosecution refer earlier to some of those graduate programs that didn't accept Mr. Holmes. And Mr. Holmes was experiencing decline in function. He did not get into a number of graduate schools when he was a senior in college and applied. Now, for someone not that interested in science or doesn't test very well, that wouldn't be a decline in function. But for Mr. Holmes, with the academic trajectory that he had and the ease with which he had in taking written examinations, regurgitating that information, one would expect him to get into those graduate schools, and he did not. So for Mr. Holmes, that was a decline of function, which is a red flag or an indicator of schizophrenia. The other thing is at age 22, he's living with his parents in the same town that he essentially grew up in and was working at night in a pill coating factory. Now, for some, that's not a decline of function at all. For Mr. Holmes, with his academic trajectory and where we think he might be at the age of 22, also a decline in function and also an indicator of schizophrenia. But there's fluidity within the disease. There's fluidity within the negative symptoms, those shyness, introversion, social awkwardness, the things that Mr. King spoke about earlier. There's also fluidity and movement within the psychotic process that we'll talk about in just a bit. But Mr. Holmes did experience an uptick, and he was accepted into the University of Colorado graduate school when he was 23 years old, and he left his job, painting pills, his night job, and he came to Colorado in the spring of 2011. Mr. Holmes came to Colorado as a 23-year-old man, and he was looking forward to graduate school. You heard that he recognized as a child there was something wrong with his mind, and he wanted to find a fix for it. And this was one step in that direction, the neuroscience program, or the study of the brain. His goals when he arrived were simple: a life of science, a life eventually perhaps with family, and to find a fix to quiet his mind. His arrival in Colorado marked a concerted effort against his struggle against what we now know to be schizophrenia. And an expert will describe both when he arrived as well as the first few months that he's at the university as a time where he is more psychiatrically intact, somewhat healthy, where he's able to find the internal strength and organization to remain present, somewhat present in reality most of the time, and able to function in daily life. And tragically, his ability to remain in reality changes dramatically over the course of his time at the University of Colorado. But during this time, during the first few months, he attends classes. You'll hear that he attends school functions like the retreat to Keystone, Colorado in the fall of 2011. And you'll hear from his professors. You'll hear from the people who sat next to him in class. You'll hear from people who observed him in class giving presentations. And they'll describe him similarly to the observations you heard earlier, but more pronounced. He was very quiet. He would never initiate conversation in a social setting or a classroom setting. Extremely awkward, would say things, odd things at odd times. So much so that they thought it was just nerves related to an admissions interview, but it did not decrease even as he became more familiar with the school and more familiar with the people in it. Mr. Holmes during this time explains to a doctor that he tried harder than he has to overcome that social phobia that he'd experienced for so many years, that social anxiety he experienced for so many years. Again, that being consistent with those negative symptoms or the symptoms of schizophrenia that take place while the disease is revving up. During this period of time in the fall of 2011, he found several friends, fellow students in the graduate school, and found a girlfriend. His first romantic relationship at the age of 23. He communicated with his family, his parents, by email, sometimes on the phone. And you heard his parents' nicknames. This is an email in the fall of 2011. Hey Goober, thanks for the goodies. All is well here on the eastern front of the Rockies. Also, at the end of September, the neuroscience students get to go to Keystone Resort in the mountains, which looks really fun, while the lodging and expenses are paid by the program. I hope you're doing fine and that your thumbs aren't too green from botany. Jimmy. Jimmy is his nickname within the family. Hey Bobo, this is an email to his father, and also in the fall of 2011. Yeah, the clouds came this way. Classes are okay. The exams are take-home, which is kind of weird. There's 6 neuro students and 3 other med grad students that are partly in the program, Jimmy. In that photograph is actually a photograph that was a mouse pad that was in his apartment on Paris Street. And his Paris Street apartment looked no different from any other graduate student, filled with books, clothes, a snowboard, bike fix-it kit, video games, and a college man's cookbook filled with recipes that at the age of 23 brought with him to Colorado. So how do these tools, these pencils, these pens, the eraser, the calculator, tools that are so familiar to Mr. Holmes and have been his entire life and were for the first year that he was at the University of Colorado, how and why do they turn to these tools? Guns, gear, tools meant nothing but for destruction. Brand new tools and foreign tools. And how and why does this 23-year-old graduate student with his entire life in front of him, who loves his family loves him, who is talented, how and why does he become the only suspect in the indiscriminate shooting deaths of men, women, and a child? And the reality is that in the upcoming months, in the spring of 2012, James Holmes experienced a mental break, a psychotic break. He was living in reality, but his mind was divorced from reality, and that break escalated through the months of the spring and into the summer of 2012. His thinking was diseased. His thoughts were telling him things that weren't true, and his thoughts were telling him that he was in a life struggle that had no basis in reality, didn't exist in reality, but to him, he believed it with every fiber of his being. When he stepped into that theater on July 20th, his thoughts and actions were consumed by his disease. His thoughts and actions were not driven by choice. They were driven by his delusion, his most aggressive symptom of his illness, and driven by disease. And when he stepped into the theater on July 20th, his mind was so diseased, it could not make that choice based on an ability to distinguish between right and wrong. So how do we get there? How do we go from 0 to 180? Well, the experts will bring you squarely to the winter of 2011. The winter of 2011, James returns from winter break and he's sicker. He's physically sicker in that he had just been diagnosed with mono and was treated in California, but those symptoms resolved within a month or two. He was psychiatrically sicker. His depression was worsening, it was deepening. His social phobia turned paralyzing. He could get the words out in class, but he was filled with anxiety all of the time. His symptoms of his psychotic illness are worsening. He turned 24 years old a few weeks before he left for winter break. And this is an inner struggle. And he is now at the peak age of onset for a psychotic break. And the experts will tell you that is what he experiences in the early months of 2012. That break from reality, that divorce from reality with his mind. He's still interacting on a daily basis with reality, but his mind is breaking off from reality. This is also a time where his obsessive thoughts are increasing. His homicidal thoughts are increasing. His coping mechanism as a child and these thoughts about nuclear winter that come along with stress and thoughts of suicide, he's experiencing those and they're increasing. And some may ask, well, why now? Why did he experience this psychotic break now? Some may question the experts on that. And some will tell you, with his genetic susceptibility, in the years of negative symptoms, he hit the peak age of onset, this is going to happen, it's inevitable. And some may tell you, Dr. Metzner, for instance, the court-appointed doctor mentioned earlier this afternoon, that this break, that this psychotic break was triggered by psychological stressors. Stressors that included the eventual, in a few months, breakup with his girlfriend. That was a big loss. It was a cordial breakup. There was no dramatic thing that happened. But for him, that was a big loss. It's not a motive, but a psychological stressor that may have triggered the psychotic break. The difficulty that James was having at the University of Colorado. So he was now in graduate school with much smaller classes, and the classes required participation, and they required student presentations, and he had come from University of California, much larger, big classes. He was good at test taking, good at writing things down, good at regurgitating information that way. But you could be lost in the anonymity of such a big school, and University of Colorado was much different. And with his social phobia, and with his disease progressing, and with his social phobia becoming paralyzing, that was a significant stressor, also a psychological stressor that could have precipitated the psychotic break, or could have certainly precipitated more severe symptoms that we'll see. And when I talk about a psychotic break, what I'm talking about is a time where you see that more pronounced symptoms of psychosis that you might think about and know more about perhaps than the negative symptoms, things like hallucinations. James would see shadows. That wasn't a very pronounced symptom at this time, but it gets much worse, as you saw, into November of 2012. But he does begin experiencing hallucinations and seeing shadows in the early months of 2012. Delusions, okay? Thinking that something is real that is not, that is fixed, that you believe in. And psychotic thinking, thinking that doesn't make sense, it's illogical, it doesn't really have a place in reality. Now, with all of this going on and his thinking becoming more delusional and more psychotic, and no one will ever be able to tell you with specificity when Mr. Holmes experienced his first psychotic thought, when he experienced his first delusional thought. That would be like trying to tell someone stricken with cancer when that first cell became unhealthy. But the experts will identify this period of time in these months as a time where he's experiencing delusional thinking. An expert will tell you that his thoughts at around this time begin hardening into delusions and delusional systems, and his delusions expand. And what his thoughts are about and what he is focusing on are thoughts of life and death and value and purpose. And all of that is volleying around in his mind as he's experiencing this break. And those thoughts are bouncing off of each other. And he begins to believe in this human capital, delusional idea that by killing others, he can gain value and acquire worth. He believes that by killing others, that fundamentally will change his life. And the experts will agree that that is delusional thinking, that he truly believes that there's no other explanation for it, that that is delusional thinking, and they've come at that at many angles. But James Holmes, in the midst of this, does what any of us would do. What he's experiencing now is unfamiliar. What he's experiencing is powerful. He seeks mental health help. And this wasn't about Mr. Holmes. On February 26th of 2012, he searches on his computer, nervous breakdown, and he asks to have a mental health appointment with the University of Colorado Mental Health Services. And this wasn't about someone looking for some help for just some social phobia or a setback socially or breakup with his girlfriend. He's managed social phobia and anxiety for almost a decade. He's certainly experienced social setbacks here and there. What he's experiencing at this time is new, and it's unfamiliar, and it's powerful, and he's losing control. The coping mechanisms that he would use to quiet his symptoms, to quiet those thoughts, the video games, the music, the focus on schoolwork. His schoolwork wasn't making him sick. His schoolwork he wasn't having delusional thinking about. And so those things he could use in order to escape or to quiet the symptoms of his mental illness, and those weren't working against these more aggressive symptoms he was experiencing as a result of this psychotic break. Over the course of the next 4 months, James Holmes is seen 8 times by mental health professionals with the University of Colorado. And I'm going to talk about these sessions individually, but I want to talk generally about the importance of his mental health treatment at the University of Colorado and tell you exactly why it's important. His first session is with Margaret Roth, and she's a social worker. She sits down with Mr. Holmes and recognizes there is something wrong. She recognizes signs of mental illness and refers him to a board-certified psychiatrist right away, who sees him within days. Dr. Fenton sees James over March, April, and May, and then she seeks her supervisor's help and brings in Dr. Feinstein at the end of May. And the importance of his treatment at the University of Colorado is really twofold. First, we have documented medical record of his mental state, very close in time to the shooting in July. It's not as though he saw a single doctor in March or years before and were trying to figure out what was going on in his mind at the time of the shooting on July 20th. We have documented medical records. Medical records, unlike memories, can't change, they can't be misremembered, and they can't fade away. So documented observations of people who know what they're doing, people who are experienced. And what that can do for you is that can give you this concrete timeline of his deteriorating mental health and deteriorating mental state that you can then connect to his upcoming behaviors and actions. We don't have to make a guesswork about his mental state. We have mental health treatment up until a month before the shooting. Mr. Holmes sees social worker Margaret Roth on March 16th. That's his first meeting with a mental health professional. And in this first session, he tells her that he wants to kill people. He reveals homicidal thinking. He's experienced it for a long time, and this is the first time that he's revealing it to anybody. And this is also the first time that he's seeking voluntarily help. Also, Margaret Roth recognizes immediately, within 40 minutes of sitting down with Mr. Holmes, she doesn't know him. He's a stranger to her. She doesn't know the genetic susceptibility or the life history or the change over time in his negative symptoms or the way he appears to others. And she recognizes he is the most anxious guy she has seen, has symptoms of OCD, and immediately refers him on to a board-certified psychiatrist, Dr. Lynn Fenton. You can walk around and you can observe people with serious mental illnesses interact with the world, but it's not until they sit down in front of you with someone who knows what they're doing and asking the right questions and talking about the things that they're sick about, not the things that they're not sick about, where that curtain to mental illness opens. And that's exactly what happens. She spends 40 minutes with him. Dr. Fenton sees him within a few days, on March 21st. And they talk about his life history, and he reveals that in bizarre thinking, that in 5th grade he got glasses and wanted to overcome biology. But the significance of this session as well is that to Dr. Fenton, he explains that he is having homicidal thinking, thoughts of wanting to kill. He explains to her that the solution to the biological problem would be to eliminate the problem through homicide, but can't kill everyone, so not an effective solution. He is seeking mental health help. He's having these experiences. He's talking about these experiences and trying to get help for them. He reveals that he's having these thoughts 3 to 4 times a day, and that his obsessive compulsive disorder symptoms are the worst they have been. This is all layering in on what I just spoke about when you returned from the winter break of in early 2012. And he explores his homicidal ideations with Dr. Fenton. And Dr. Fenton, after meeting with James Holmes for probably about an hour, a stranger to her, without knowledge of the family history, without knowledge of the life history, without knowledge of the decline in function in the early 20s, recognizes, suspects psychotic level thinking. She's right. But the first meeting, she suspects psychotic level thinking. And this is just 4 months before July 20th. Within a few days, Mr. Holmes expresses his delusional beliefs, his delusional idea about human capital, and you saw this earlier. This is a G-chat with his girlfriend from graduate school. And she asks, what is so evil that you want to do? And he expresses, kill people, of course. That is why I live in the future. He's expressing this. He describes human capital. Some people may make $1 million, others $100,000, but life is priceless. You take away life and your human capital is limitless. And at the same time that he's having this delusional thought about value in life and purpose, he's also beginning to experience delusional thinking or illogical thinking about death and life. He believes that there is now no demarcation whatsoever between life and death, that there's no separation, that pre-birth, post-death, it is all the same. And the doctors will talk to you about this G-chat. Dr. Metzner, the court doctor I mentioned earlier, he was stunned when he saw this G-chat, stunned by its content, stunned, and he believes that this is evidence of delusional thinking. All the experts agree. This is delusional thinking. He's expressing it. Now, what's also significant about James Holmes' expression of this idea of human capital that he believes is real, and his thoughts, his diseased thinking is telling him that he is in a life struggle that has no basis in reality, but that this is a way out of that life struggle. But his expression of the idea, as he's getting psychiatrically worse and psychiatrically sicker, he believes that if you express something, if it exists outside of your body, you are compelled to act on it. And as he gets psychiatrically sicker, his defenses lessen and he becomes more vulnerable and believes that since this is outside of his body and it's delusional thinking, that he needs to act on it. And that's a compelling thing as he becomes more vulnerable, as he becomes more sicker. Now, I told you that when Dr. Fenton saw Mr. Holmes, just within a first session, she recognized the signs and symptoms of mental illness, pointing towards psychotic thinking. She also, in that first session, prescribed an anti-anxiety medication, an SSRI, by the name of Zoloft. And Mr. Holmes began taking the medication on March 21st, and within 4 weeks, Dr. Fenton increases the dosage 2 times. So by April 17th, the dosage is tripled. And James takes a medication as prescribed. He is beginning to have sort of psychotic and delusional thinking about his treatment, about his mental health. He believes that the medication will somehow fix his brain. And this is following an experience with a lab rotation that was mentioned earlier. This lab rotation where he didn't do very well. His stress about that lab rotation not going very well was a psychotic stress. That lab rotation occurred during this critical time frame from November to February, November of 2011 to February of 2012. And I'm sorry to digress from the medication, but this is important. And he did perform worse in that lab rotation than he had in his first lab rotation. That's decline in function seen with schizophrenia. But the issue with that lab rotation was that he had placed a psychotic level of importance on it, thinking that that lab rotation was going to fix his mind in a way that he thought studying the brain would fix his mind. A lab rotation is not going to fix somebody's mind. That was a delusional thought. It was a thought that didn't have any place in reality. But that was a psychotic, it was not a lab that was studying mental health or mental illness. And so when that went poorly, and you'll hear the experts describe that as a decline in function, then he places the same sort of psychotic level of importance on medication. But this anti-anxiety medication, this SSRI, is increased, and he takes it as prescribed. And this is the type of medication where you have to pay attention when you start it and when the dosage is increased and when you end it for changes in thoughts or behaviors and actions. And it can cause mania. It doesn't cause schizophrenia, it doesn't cause mental illness. But it can, for some mentally ill people, cause mania. And within just a few days of beginning the medication, and on the day that it's doubled, you see this dramatic increase in spending. Mr. Holmes drops $4,000 into a retirement account. You see within a few days of the dosage tripling, he makes another big expenditure and buys a computer. This is someone who typically spends about $1,200 to $1,600 a month. Frugal. If you look at his credit card transactions from May of 2011 and then a similar record for May of 2012, his spending has quadrupled. And for July of 2012, it's astronomical. It's approximately $7,700. It's also at this time, he describes in his notebook feeling brief periods of invincibility. Actions are in hyperspeed, developed in the last 3 months and occurs typically 3 or 4 days a week, lasting all day with periods of catatonia. And so where else are we seeing some sort of hyperactivity or evidence of mania? Well, social anxiety reduces in May for the first time in decades. And you saw that exchange that he had with a classmate in April of 2012. That was unusual for him. He was flirting. The content of the texts were unusual in that just the ease with which he communicated with her. For the first time, on April 20th, he signs up for Match.com for someone who is so plagued with social phobia and has been his whole life. And everyone agrees that he was and was very socially awkward and had a difficult time communicating with others. That's unusual. And then you'll see within a few weeks, or excuse me, a few months, it escalates to XXXmatch.com and adult friend finders. Complete aberration. You don't see anything like that. And then even his login history for the computer records or the match activity in July is consistent with what he's describing in his notebook. You'll see he's logging in not that many times, but when he does log in, it's in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day. So it shows the computer records show these periods of time where he must be up all the time, and then periods of time where his activity is greatly reduced, which is consistent with how he reflects this invincibility in the notebook. But he continues with treatment in the spring of 2012. And the treatment is important in that we've got this documentation from Dr. Fenton. He is guarded and paranoid. He has increased obsessive thoughts. He's now angry that that James won't tell, the doctor won't tell James about her purpose in life when she's told him when he's told her all of his. So you see purpose, that theme, that delusional theme that we saw in the G-chat, flooding into the meetings with Dr. Fenton. And now it's not a question mark anymore. What she is seeing is psychotic level thinking. These are medical observations by a board-certified psychiatrist months before the shooting. So they're not made up after the fact. And she is wondering whether or not he's suffering from a frank psychotic disorder. She has now met with him 4 times, 2 medication sessions and 2 longer therapy sessions. She's right. She is seeing a frank psychotic disorder. She doesn't know the genetic susceptibility or the negative symptoms. May 1st, looks silent and sullen. Reveals that his biology betrayed him on a hike. Is not giving coherent answers when asked about homicidal ideation. And he tells Dr. Fenton, you have an unconscious and that makes you do things. He's beginning to express having both an impaired ability to mentalize the states of mind of others, or to take in what we may normally take in if you see someone look quizzical. You might think, oh, they might have a question. He doesn't have, he's losing the ability to do that, or doesn't have the ability to do that. And he's also taking in a significant meaning to innocuous life events. For instance, and this is a general explanation, if you see a red car on your way to work, you feel like you have to do something when you get to work. He's beginning to experience this, and the important part of April and May is he is not getting better. He's being treated and he's being medicated, and he's not getting better and he's not stabilizing. Psychiatrically, he is getting worse. And what do we have happen at the same time? When Mr. Holmes is not in Dr. Fenton's office and not in class, what do we have going on at the exact same time that we have documented psychotic level thinking, that we have this tripling in the dosage of the medication? We have changes in mood. And we have documentation that his psychiatric condition is going downhill. What happens at that time is we have these dramatic changes in his interests and behaviors and activities. Around May 10th, on the heels of Dr. Fenton recognizing psychotic level thinking and wondering whether we're talking about a frank psychotic disorder, we have purchases that were described earlier, but he's going from purchasing occasionally sushi and textbooks and having gym memberships to purchasing tear gas and guns and ammunition and handcuffs and knives. He's going from his Huffy bike and a 2001 Hyundai to taking motorcycle classes. And this is all happening now at the exact same time. All of this other information is documented about him, and as his mental state is declining and deteriorating. And the significance of the deterioration is he's becoming less and less capable of defending against these more aggressive symptoms of his schizophrenia. And it's now controlling his behaviors and controlling his thoughts, and the delusional thinking, this belief that he is in this life struggle, and the way to get out of that life struggle is to kill others because that will bring you value, that will bring you worth. That is dominating his mind. You'll hear that over the course of May, he does make those purchases I just described. And he will still go to a therapy session on May 30th, and he participates in a therapy session on June 11th. And during this time, he submits paperwork to the school. That's required for the next semester. During this time, he receives an email from Dr. Klug about Dr. Klug wondering whether or not asking for James to meet with him about the upcoming lab rotation. Within a few hours, he finds another lab advisor. And you may ask yourselves and wonder why, if he has a plan firmly in place, why is he doing that? Why is he talking to Dr. Fenton about his homicidal thoughts, but not talking in more detail? We're not talking about the human capital delusion. And what you'll hear the experts talk about is psychotic ambivalence. Psychotic ambivalence is where, for James, he wants to be stopped at this point, but he cannot be stopped. He cannot be stopped because that plan, that goal, that belief that his life struggle will end with killing others and accumulating their value, that's a lifeline to him. He needs that as much as people need air. And so he wants to be stopped, but he can't be stopped. And that's psychotic ambivalence, and you'll hear about that during the course of May. Dr. Fenton brings in her supervisor. James Holmes is not getting better. He's not stabilizing on medication. And Dr. Fenton brings in another psychiatrist. And they meet and they do a talk therapy session. And James reveals he's not studying for prelims. He's going to take his preliminary examinations based on his natural state. That is highly unusual. He has dedicated himself to study. This is aberrant behavior. This is unusual behavior. This is new behavior that's taking place as he's psychiatrically deteriorating and in the midst of this psychotic process. Dr. Fenton does not reveals that she does not think that James has a sense of what others think about him. Mr. Holmes agrees to come and talk more with both Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein. This is May 30th of 2012. So we're now close to the month before the shootings. Dr. Feinstein tells James that he couldn't really prevent suicide or homicide in the long run if a person is intent on it. And that statement has a psychotic devastation to James, and the focus and the importance that he's placed on mental health and medication in particular, fixing his mind and getting rid of all of his thoughts of homicide and getting rid of all of his thoughts, all of his thoughts about everything that he's delusional about at this time. And we can see that there is this significant decline in his mental state. We can see that through the mental status examinations. One is done at the first session in March, and another mental status examination is done in June of 2012. And we see a significant psychiatric decline, and it's just right there in the record. In March, affect appropriate. In June, affect anxiety, hostility, inappropriate, odd, and bizarre. In March, thought process, logical, and goal-directed. Thought content without delusions, perceptual, without hallucinations. In June, thought process, intermittently odd and hard to follow. Thought content, paranoid delusions and preoccupations. Perceptual, denies hallucinations but does glance about the room in an odd way. He's experiencing these shadow hallucinations. In March, axis 4. So where do we see any decline in function or difficulty functioning? It's blank. In June, everything is filled out. Axis 4, impairment, financial, environment, housing, occupational, relationship, failing grades. His psychiatric picture, his mental illness, is taking a nosedive. And because June 11th happens to be the last date that there is medical record before the shooting doesn't mean that his mental state plateaus or gets any better. It continues to go down, and we see that, and that's why Mr. King focused on what happened after the shooting in the jail.
10 minutes, thanks.
Thank you. And in June, the last statements of Dr. Fenton, he seems more paranoid. His ability to mentalize about other states of mind is very impaired, and he may be on the autism spectrum, may be shifting insidiously into a frank psychotic disorder such as schizophrenia. And this is his last meeting with Dr. Fenton, because after this therapy session, he does meet with his advisor. He has not passed the preliminary hearings and voluntarily withdraws.
You stopped seeing them at some point. I'm trying to think of the order of the appointments. You kept every appointment that was made, as I recall.
Yeah.
Okay. But at the last appointment, you communicated in some way that this was going to be the last.
This was the last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as I recall, even left a little early. This is it. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Why did you make that your last appointment?
I don't know why.
If there was a wish to fix you, or to, on the one hand, fix things, fix your mind, and on the other hand, prevent the mission from taking place, prevent the track that things were on, to stop that.
Yeah, kind of overruled the treatment.
It overruled the treatment.
Yeah.
Pretty strong force.
Yep.
Where does such a strong force come from?
I don't know. It just took hold of my mind.
I'm sorry?
Took hold of my mind.
Took hold of your mind. There are some pretty strong forces that take hold of people's minds sometimes. The impulse to drink for alcoholics, to shoot up for heroin addicts, to do other things.
Yep.
Any thoughts about why this took such irrevocable hold of your mind, such unbeatable hold of your mind?
I don't know why it dominated, but it did.
That's James Holmes speaking with Dr. Reed, approximately 2 years following July 20th, and understand that he's very medicated, but he's describing the mission, the belief, his delusional thinking, his belief that by killing others he will acquire worth, and this will eliminate the life struggles, took over and dominated his mind in June and July. Just took control. It was such a powerful force. And now we have a period of isolation because he withdraws from school. He no longer is with classmates, teachers. He no longer has, he's cut himself off from girlfriend, from friends, from his family for the most part, with the exception of emails. And now he's just within his head with those thoughts. These are the observations. This is what's going on with Mr. Holmes in the months leading up to July 20th. In Paris Street apartment, the end of June and into July turns to this. As he psychiatrically deteriorates, he believes that he is in this life struggle. It is a battle for him. He writes about that in his notebook. This is not a streamlined thought process regarding homicidal sort of action, the way the district attorney described earlier. This is a mess of disorganized thinking when he's thinking about homicidal act and acting this out to alleviate this life struggle He is looking at armor and umbrellas that are lethal and swords. This is disorganized. This is a mess. This is his mind, and this is his diseased thinking. Books about bombs, death by toxins. Ultraception, it's referred to in the jail records, it's referred to in the notebook. Ultraception, it's not in reality. It's a symbol. And the planning that you see is not inconsistent with insanity when it's all directed towards a delusional goal. When it's in furtherance of a delusional goal, and all of his actions at the end of June into July, he is focused on the theater shooting at that time, but it is all planning directly related to that delusional goal that all the experts agree is a psychotic symptom, it's a psychotic thought. I want you to ask yourselves that, if James Holmes concealed in any way his purchases through using a false name or through using cash or having a dummy address or storing these things, the things he accumulated in a storage shed, District Attorney would argue that those were things that those were things that showed he knew what he was doing was wrong. He did none of those things. Used his name, identifying information, paid with a credit card that gave a paper trail back to him. And in July, the floodgates are open. He exchanges that text with a friend who reaches out to him from school, his former classmate. He tells his former classmates, floodgates open now, and that's how he was in July. His mind was completely dominated with this delusion. It was dominated to complete a goal that had absolutely nothing logical to gain, and he was dominated and had marching orders to complete a final act that accomplished no goal in reality. In this constellation of thoughts and this delusional thinking propelled him over the next few weeks. And the best evidence of his mental state over the next few weeks of what was going on in his mind is his notebooks, now that he's cut himself off from everyone, or the notebook that he sent to his psychiatrist. To understand this case, we need to understand mental illness and being inside of psychotic thinking and inside of delusional thinking that's impenetrable to reason and logic. James Holmes did not choose this mental illness any more than a child chooses to be born with brain damage or an elderly person chooses to be stricken with dementia. When James Holmes stepped into that theater, his thoughts and actions were consumed by his disease. This was his reality. This was his life struggle, and this was going to alleviate that life struggle. And when he stepped into that theater, his thoughts and actions were no longer driven by choice in his vulnerable and sick psychotic state. And when he stepped into that theater, his thoughts and actions were driven by delusion, and his mind was so diseased that he did not make that choice based on an ability to distinguish between right and wrong. And that why may not feel satisfying, may not feel rational, and you have to be prepared for that. The why is coming from James Holmes' mind. He is sick. And irrational thoughts and beliefs are the product of a mentally ill mind. So even though there is a why, you have to be prepared for that why not to make logical sense to you. At the end of this case, we are going to ask that you return a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity.
Thank you, Ms. Spengler and Mr. King. Folks, I know it's late. I want to take just 5 minutes to remind you that there are rules you must follow. These are the same rules that jurors have always had to follow. During the trial, this courtroom is a place partially isolated from the outside world. Your decisions must be made inside this place, and you must follow its rules. You must make all decisions in this case based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. You must avoid any other information about the case from any other source. These rules are designed to make sure that there is a fair trial. There are two basic rules, as you know. Number one, you must not communicate with others or among yourselves about the trial as it is going on. Number 2, you must not do any independent investigation or research about the case. I'm going to discuss these 2 rules in further detail. You must not discuss the case among yourselves in any way during the course of the trial. You may not discuss the case among yourselves until after you've heard all the evidence and you begin to deliberate on a verdict. In fairness, you have to keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you may not form any opinions about the case or reach any decisions until I tell you that you may start deliberating on a verdict. Do not permit anyone else to discuss the case with you or near you. If anyone, including one of your fellow jurors, attempts to do so, report that fact immediately to one of my staff members. And all you should do, if that happens, is just indicate to one of my staff members that you need to talk to me. Don't go into any specifics. Do not talk with any witnesses, parties, or any of the attorneys who are involved in the case. You cannot talk to them, and they cannot talk to you even casually. Do not communicate about the case with anyone else in any way, including in person, by telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, computer, the internet, or any internet service. This means that you must not email, text, instant message, tweet, blog, or post information about this case or about your experience as a juror on this case on any website, listserv, chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, or Twitter. You must not read, review, or accept any communications in any form from anyone regarding this case or cases like this one. Therefore, you may not mention that this is a criminal case or the charges that have been filed in this case. You are permitted, however, to explain to family, friends, and employers that you are on a jury, and then you can inform them that we anticipate that this jury trial is going to last 4 or 5 months. You cannot say anything else about any aspect of your experience until you are released from your jury service. You cannot be investigators outside your courtroom. Attempting to get further information outside the courtroom would be unfair to the parties and would be a direct and serious violation of your oath. Do not attempt to gather any information on your own. Do not read or research about this case or this kind of case from any other source, including the internet. Many of us routinely use the internet to research topics of interest, but you may not do that with respect to this case. You may not use Google, Bing, Yahoo, or any other type of internet search engine to learn about any person, place, or thing that is involved in this case. That includes the defendant, the attorneys, the witnesses, your fellow jurors, and the court personnel. This advisement applies whether you're here at home or anywhere else. Please do not read about this case in the newspapers or on the internet or listen to any radio or television broadcasts about the trial. The law even prohibits you from consulting a dictionary with respect to this case or in relation to this case. Do not attempt to visit any places mentioned in this case. Finally, do not in any other way try to learn about this case or this kind of case outside the courtroom. I said finally, let me just add again, you cannot form any opinions about the case. You cannot start deliberating internally in your own minds until I tell you that you can start deliberating on a verdict. You have to keep an open mind throughout the proceedings, and you have to keep in mind that Mr. Holmes is presumed innocent, and that presumption stays with him throughout the trial and has to be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. All right, with all those admonishments, I am going to release you at this time and ask you to be back tomorrow morning at 8:15, okay? Thank you very much, folks.
And we want to welcome our viewers back to the denverchannel.com, watching us also on the 7 News app. I'm Mark Stewart at the 7 Newsroom in downtown Denver. Wrapping up our coverage for the day, first we heard, let me point out, it's been a very intense, emotional day, that goes without saying. We heard first from the prosecution, and now for the last 2 hours we heard from the public defenders who are defending James Holmes. We want to give you a look at the 2 public defenders who have had that task this afternoon. Daniel King and Katherine Spengler. And as Daniel King said right from the start, Mr. Brauchler, referring to District Attorney George Brauchler, left some things out in his opening statements, talking about the fact that James Holmes has been dealing with mental illness and what he called brain disease really since childhood, saying that he has lived an entire life with a lot of mental health complications.
The courtroom now. Is there anything that we need to
Okay,
take
the
up at
jury
this
has
time
now
from the
exited.
prosecution,
Okay, thank
Mr.
you for
Brauchler?
pointing that out.
Is there anything on behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
We learned
All right,
some,
have a
some
good evening. I'll
significant
see you tomorrow morning.
developments
Let's plan
first,
to be here
Mr.
at
Holmes
about
has been dealing
8:30 with the plan that
mental
will start at
illness,
8:40. Thank you. The court will
again,
be in
since
recess.
childhood, and that many of his relatives, two of his grandfathers and an aunt, also had been dealing with mental illness. We also learned that at just 11 years old, he attempted to commit suicide. All right, we want to go listen to some of those opening statements by the public defenders. Early on, a video was played by public defender Daniel King. In this video that you will see, Mr. Holmes was brought into the Aurora Police Department for questioning, and his hands were put in paper bags. That was done by police to preserve some gunshot residue that was on his hands, basically evidence. And when he was having a discussion with an officer about these plastic bags, Mr. Holmes said they were for popcorn, to put popcorn inside of. And the defense team showed us that video to show that Mr. Holmes perhaps was not of sound mental condition when he was brought in for that questioning after the shooting. Let's listen to that right now if we can.
So we just want to make sure that your hands are protected. Yeah. Do you know what this is for? That's what I'm asking. Huh? That's what I'm asking. What do you think it's for? Popcorn. For popcorn? Yeah. Could be used for popcorn.
So the point of this video and the point of all of the discussions by the public defenders was to portray Mr. Holmes as someone who constantly dealt with mental illness, and that was to prove that he is insane. That's going to be the argument that we're going to hear throughout these proceedings. And a lot of it was very emotional. I think it's fair to say that some people in the courtroom, perhaps for a moment, felt some empathy towards Mr. Holmes. At least that was the intention by the defense team, to make people feel perhaps a little bit sorry for him and to realize that he was dealing with something that was bigger than him. It was not something he chose to deal with. In fact, as public defender Katherine Spengler said, Mr. Holmes was driven by his disease. He had no control of it. Let's listen to her remarks that took place within the last hour or so.
His thinking was diseased. His thoughts were telling him things that weren't true, and his thoughts were telling him that he was in a life struggle that had no basis in reality, didn't exist in reality, but to him, he believed it with every fiber of his being.
I think we heard Katherine say he was dealing with a life struggle. In fact, her colleague on the defense team said that Mr. Holmes was both blessed and cursed by his genetics. Blessed in the sense that he was very smart, as we have heard since the beginning of this trial. He's highly intelligent, very sophisticated, did well on IQ tests, but cursed at the same time because both of his grandparents on both sides of his family, both of his grandfathers, that is, dealt with mental illness, as well as one of his aunts. I think we have one more clip of sound talking about his mental health, and that is from Daniel King. Let's listen to that real briefly.
When James Holmes stepped into that theater in July of 2012, he was insane. His mind had been overcome by a disease of the brain that had plagued him and pursued him for years. In his words, I have fought for years and years to overcome my biology. But in the end, when florid psychosis erupted in 2012, he lost that struggle. He lost that struggle in his mind to a disease called schizophrenia.
And so throughout this trial, the jury is going to get a lesson of sorts about mental health, specifically about schizophrenia. In fact, Daniel King made a point of saying that schizophrenia does not play favorites, and relating that to the case of Mr. Holmes. So again, a very long, very intense day in court. It will be interesting for us to hear from my colleague Marshall Zellinger later this evening on 7 News at 10. He's been in the courtroom. It'll be interesting to see what kind of reactions these jurors have had. Men, women, younger, older. One person was an educator. Another person, I believe, had served time in the military. Another member of the juror working at a Bed Bath & Beyond. So pretty diverse experiences. Looking ahead to tomorrow, the jury has been told to report back to court at 8:15 in the morning at the Arapahoe County Courthouse in Centennial. The prosecution today made it very clear that we are going to hear from their witnesses tomorrow, and for the first time we now know who one of those witnesses will be, a young man by the name of Caleb Medley. He was wounded, he had some head injuries, he was actually in a medically induced coma after the shooting. He was taken to University Hospital, and talk about unusual timing. As he was being treated in this medical coma, his wife delivered their child. He has now, I shouldn't say fully recovered, but he's now at the hospital. He is living his life, but we will certainly hear from him some emotional testimony, an effort by the prosecution to show that the wounds of all of this, the mental trauma, the scars of all of this are long lasting, and again part of their effort to prove that James Holmes was sane during all of this. So the jury will return at around 8:15. I think court, Phil, we're going to say starts at around 8:30 or so. So we'll hit the air at around 8:20 in the morning. And my colleague John Ferrugia, Teresa Marchetta will be here. We'll kind of walk you through about what really this first day of testimony will hold. Also Marshall Zellinger, of course, in the courtroom. And a reminder, if you missed any of this, we have a lot of resources online, the 7 News app, of course, thedenverchannel.com. You can pick and choose many of the video segments that you would like to see, much of the testimony. So even though we're taking a break right now, we know that there is public interest, and of course you can watch that on our website on thedenverchannel.com. So on that note, for our team here on the second floor at 123 Spear, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We will be here gavel to gavel for perhaps the next 4 months or so. So thanks for joining us. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.